What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, I guess it's not very sunny. It's incredibly important, incredibly special day. I demand a refund. What do you want to do? You want to fucking, you don't like that I'm raw dogging it? I'm raw dogging it. No intro. Raw dogging it. Just kidding. There is still an intro, of course, as always. It's a very special day. It's a very important day. It's Eid Mubarak. But that's not the real reason why it's a special and important day, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, and MBs. It's freaking Friday.
It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What? It's Friday.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's fucked up Friday. Eid Mubarak. It's time for everyone to enjoy a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, and a sense of decency, humanity that was long fought for by our forefathers in the labor movement. It's time for everybody to do a little bit of less work on this beautiful day and basically start celebrating the freaking weekend. Baby, I'm about to have me some fun. That's right. Mufasa. Are you going to watch Summer Game Fest with Jeff Nightly? Sure. It's Tip Your Landlord Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's Friday. I hope everyone's having a fry sleigh. I certainly am. All right. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm gonna do. That's precisely what I am going to do. By the way, this is so funny. Taliban artillery is guided by Allah is so funny because I saw this last night or whenever this was posted. And first of all, shouts out to the Taliban. He struck again. I mean, a lot of people talk about Hamas being a dangerous terror group, but honestly, I think the Taliban is probably the most dangerous terrorist group in the United States of America, actually. First 9/11, then Oklahoma City bombing. What won't this guy do? It's actually messed up. But I do find this line to be particularly funny because Taliban artillery is guided by Allah is a merger of two different statements, okay? One is a Muslim group, the Taliban. The other is a group that genocided Muslims, which is, of course, the Serbian artillery is guided by God. Taliban, not a bandwagon. I was telling y'all, chat. So it's kind of funny and weird and interesting to see the merger of, nationalist movements and ultra-nationalist movements that are on the opposing sides, I would say. But being merged in this way to talk about Tyrese Halliburton. So, Taliban beat Al-Shaheeda. Anyway, yeah, Jesus was a Romanian and God is Serbian. Yeah. Girls in the comments are claiming the HasanAbi energy.
Built like Hasan Piker.
What is this? Your next soulmate is stunning. I can't believe this. Link in my Bink in Leo for my YouTube. What does this mean? What is happening here? I'm claiming the fuck out of this photo. Claiming the fuck out of this photo. Friend, I yelled with you. You did miss Mufasa. Their parody tarot card reader account. Okay. I don't know what's happening.
I need to show some decorum. I am so incredibly sorry about that. I've been working on my decorum, as you guys have known, but when I'm doing a soulmate reading and the fucking built like Hasan Piker card shows up, I know for a fact that you guys have been seeing his stories lately, and if there is anybody out there who looks like him, you know what I mean? I need it. Okay, let's see what else. We didn't even need that. Like, it's, again, one and the same. We didn't really need to know this for a soulmate beekeeping age. Yeah, of course. Yeah, daddy. Decorum. By the way, big and loud if you want. It gets to a point. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Now we're starting to get a little bit interesting. Has a vampire kink. Okay, big and loud if you want to get your own deck, by the way. I've been really trying to sell them. And
I have no idea what's happening here, but I like it. I'm on board. Yes, of course I'm going to talk about Jessica Ramos, man. I'm going to talk about it. I just started. We're doing personal news. Let me do my personal news. It's Friday. Okay, it's Friday. It's Friday. You're not being too fry slay right now. Listen, immaculate vibes are afoot. I thought we already established that the immaculate vibes were afoot. OKC in 5. That's what everybody says. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Let me upload this thing that I was gonna upload. I hit a new not a PR necessarily, but a pretty decent. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to do this thing on my. Okay. All right. I'm uploading a deadlifting video. I hit 420. Blaze it. Another Hasan TikTok. What is this?
Bad Bunny or Romeo Santos?
No! Why would you fucking ask me that?
What is it? What, I'm gonna get the HasanAbi girls and gays in the WWE one thirst edit at a time. This is so stupid. How do you feel about Shai's version of Haram Ball? I mean, he is Shia, no? Shai, Shia. That's what it is, right? WWE's watch AEW. Okay, House Queen Kaya, she's tired. All right, she's sleepy. She's a sleepy baby, as you can see. All right, so what was I going to say? Yesterday, we had a banger sesh. We had a banger broadcast. Crazy things took place, okay? Elon Musk drama with Donald Trump. The girlies were fighting. We were enjoying ourselves. And then we had Feroz on, who was probably one of my favorite guests. I feel like I say that all the time. Anytime I have a new guest, I'm like, yo, this was my favorite guest. And I feel like if I was a guest on the HasanAbi broadcast and I heard that, I'd be like, damn, bro, what the hell? Like, I thought we had something. You said that about me, but goddamn, was he so sick. He was remarkable on camera. Like, he had an incredible on camera presence that I was not expecting from a dude who is a doctor. I was not expecting him to be that knowledgeable on the intricacies I usually, like, when I have a conversation with people, especially about, like, even people that have, like, lived in Gaza, even if Palestinians that have lived in Gaza, my expectation is rarely ever to, like, have a full assessment of the history. And I think he was a unique guest because not only had he been there, but also on top of being there, he also at a certain point said, I didn't expect the doctor to be knowledgeable, Piker. No, dude. A doctor is knowledgeable in doctor shit. Okay? And if you noticed, he even talked about how one of the doctors that he went there with had no fucking clue about Palestinian existence at all. You don't expect people who are kind people, who are doing the right thing, who want to save people's lives, to also be knowledgeable on 77 years of colonial history, especially with the like anti-imperialist framework, right? I'm just saying that was not my expectation at all, but he was immensely knowledgeable beyond his obvious area of expertise. And I think it's because he's also done editing for Norman Finkelstein, which he brought up at a certain point, if you noticed. Like, and I think that's what this is. Like, that's what he is. Just like, he is a doctor and a scholar, and fantastic. No offense, but that's an L take, especially when talking about someone who'd been in it himself. No, that's not an L take. You live in the United States of America. Do you think that the average person who lives in the United States of America has a deep understanding of the settler colonial violence that the United States of America is engaged in? No, regardless of how fucking educated they might be. Do you think like the average American doctor knows about the fucking history of colonial violence? No. What are you talking about? So the expectation from me is never that this person, any person that I have on, is going to be knowledgeable about another country's settler colonial violence. Okay? Y'all, I think, take a lot of what I have to say for granted. That's what I'm learning. So, in any case, I would expect an average Doctors Without Borders guided to do, but I might be off. Doesn't matter. He was awesome. Yeah, he was. I think the reason why I'm pointing to this is because, not to dunk on doctors, the reason why I'm pointing to this is to say how remarkable of a person he is and how impressive of a person he is beyond the immediate impressive nature of his acts. The fact that he put his life on the line to go save the lives of Palestinians that are being ethnically cleansed by the Israeli state. But even outside of that, the very fact that he was also incredibly knowledgeable and a fantastic communicator. I mean, holy shit. What a guy. What a guy. So that was definitely a unique experience for me. Who are you talking about? The guest that I had yesterday. So that was cool. Sorry for no gaming. We obviously did the podcast last night. That's what I did after end of the broadcast. I went in and dove into the Fear and podcast, another banger episode. Austin wasn't supposed to be on this week, but he actually canceled his DC Pride trip, so he was on this week. So that was pretty cool. In any case, who apologized? I haven't blasted off yet. I went to bed last night after the pod. I woke up early. It was deadlift day. Big day as always. Hit a decent weight. Okay. Deadlift days are always great. It just completely shreds my shins, unfortunately. And it also like causes some annoying prickles on my quads even. But yeah, obviously fit pick for all of you. But here it is. That's 420 pounds. Nothing to fucking write home about. And that's my second time doing the 420 pounds, as a matter of fact. Hitting the 420 twice, no biggie for 3. putting it up like it's nothing, by the way. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. And then on the fourth one, I bailed because I was like, I can't. Like, I wasn't stable. I didn't like my back positioning. You'll notice. Look. So I just dropped it without injury because it was getting wobbly. It was getting wobbly, so I dropped it. You don't do rest days? Lol, you getting Mr. Surgeon to laugh like this is one of the highlights of that stream. Literally, accurately, and truthfully assessing the situation and covering it, as is my job. Do you feel like there's anything wrong with this statement? Or at least maybe with the way that people are reacting to it?
You know, I think probably everybody listening to you knows that the ADL is a good example. It's run by a guy named Jonathan Greenblatt, I think is his last name.
I know him very well.
He really?
I am his white whale. Every time if someone sneezes in the direction of Jewish people, Jonathan Greenblatt will go on television and be like, Hasan Piker.
So do you know how Jonathan Greenblatt got his start? He's one of the I think the founder.
I hire a whale edition. He keeps mentioning your name. As O'Reilly did with Tiller. Yeah. What'd you give her Cutie for her birthday today? Don't ask me that question. What should I get Cutie for her birthday is the real question. I should democratize this process. What do you guys think? No, I got something for her, but I don't know if it's good enough, which is why I need extra help. So don't worry about what I got. Tell me what you think I should get. Sonia Lang, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Mormon themed Labubu's. Yeah. Fix the tariffs. Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to fix the tariffs. Get her a Gundam kit. I feel like that's something you want. I don't know if that's something that she would want. Give her a manly boyfriend like she deserves. That's insane. Ludwig is manly. How dare you? Write her a nice card thanking her for specific things she did for you this year and then give it with your gift. Okay, that's lame. That's lame as hell. How did this crossover happen? Oh, throwing fits? What do you mean? Throwing fits is I mean, they cross over with me too. How did that happen?
Adams won by 7,000 votes, and now he runs a city of 8.5 million people.
With that heavy thumb you mentioned.
Very, very heavy thumb on the scale.
He has supported hookah owners for sure, and private club owners.
And I've had to be very honest with Big Hookah that I will not be able to deliver the way that Eric Adams has.
The era of Big Shisha is over.
I am Big Shisha. Yeah. But Big Shisha itself.
New rap name.
Yeah, Big Shisha. You know what it is.
All right, so vote.
Sorry, let's get back to the point here. In the last election, only 26% of Democrats voted. 74% stayed home. And that's indicative of what.
Know any celeb chef she likes you? Get cook with her. Write her an empty check for therapy or whatever she wants to buy. Just make sure it's an empty check. Yeah, we'll do the Cuomo stuff in a second. Hold up. Let me blast off real quick because I haven't yet. That's all I got for personal news. Not a lot of craziness taking place. Okay. Freaky Friday. New York City mayoral race heats up with drama. ELONxTRUMP breakup, Hogwatch divorce edition. Big beautiful breakup. Are those the new Meta Ray-Bans? No. What? What the hell? What the hell? What the helly? Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist, by the way. Obviously we'll do that as well. Okay, Freaky Friday, Elon Musk, Trump breakup, Hogwatch divorce edition, New York City mayoral race heats up with drama. I got hella stuff to talk about. Gaza flotilla, obviously. Gaza flotilla updates. Netanyahu admits to funding ISIS affiliate groups in Gaza to disrupt aid. And more. Get in now. Divorce dad breaking up. America's breaking up. Dude, it's been really funny watching Republicans have to prioritize over, Summer Games Fest as well. We'll do that too. Don't worry. Summer Games Fest. What was I gonna say? Maybe some gaming too. You should try to interview Rima Hasan after her trip to Gaza. If one more person asks me to interview Rima Hasan that doesn't direct the questions to Rima Hasan herself, okay, I'm gonna lose it. Because I have already told you guys, I'm trying, okay? I'm trying to get in contact with Greta. I'm trying to get in contact with Rima. There's nothing I can do. Do you think I don't want? Do you think I don't want to get in contact with them? Do you think I don't want to interview them? That would be a great interview to do. I would love to do that. Okay, I'm trying. I'm trying. I promise I'm trying. You guys, I think, sometimes think, did you get the Switch too? No, I didn't. I think a lot of you have this false assertion that I can just like reach anyone I want at any point I want, and it's just simply a matter of me refusing to talk to them. You know what I mean? Like I'm just personally saying, I don't care. Like, I don't feel like I should. They don't fuck with you? No, that's not the case either. They probably have no idea. It's kind of interesting though, because like Cutie also has this opinion. I don't know where it comes from, but like she thinks I can just like have any celebrity, no matter what level of clout they're at. I can just like have any celebrity I want come on the fucking Fear Amp podcast, and I'm just refusing to do it. Right? First, like I could have Bad Bunny on tomorrow, and I'm just like, why would I do that? Type shit. Like, that's not like I could have Taylor Swift on, but I'm just refusing to have Taylor Swift on for some weird reason. And that's not the case, my friends. That's not the case. She's a friend of Mélenchon. She must know you. Kojima? No, Kojima doesn't fuck with me, chat. He does not fuck with me, okay? He does not. It's a sad state of affairs. But remember, we were invited to the fucking Kojima Studios and then disinvited. So obviously, they are not exactly interested. The Japanese companies especially are very, very scared of politics in general, or any kind of politics at all. Which is crazy because, like, Kojima is Mr. Politics. What is this? Soda Poppin' is me with Twitter and Tectone? What is this link that you just sent me? Stupid ass website. Exclamation mark gamer subs. It's just nothing. You sent me nothing.
Context of stupid ass website. My tweet. I was in my. I was in the doctor's office waiting for Vicky. I opened Twitter and I just saw like 80 Tectone posts and I wanted to fucking blow my head off. And then I said, dumbass website, and I closed it. That's Twitter.
I mean, that's right. He's right. He's so right. Japan is one of the most sympathetic countries to Palestine too. Statistically, it sucks. Yes, but Japanese companies are fucking insane. Japanese video game developers are literally like, bro, like Nintendo. Think about Nintendo. Think about all the Japanese video game developers. It doesn't even matter if they're like, if their output, like Kojima's output is the most anti-imperialist. Okay? Is the most anti-imperialist video game, like one of the most anti-imperialist video games I've ever played. It played a formative role in my politics, I would say. But when it comes to like marketing or when it comes to brand associations, they literally will be like, they will make a video game that like nukes the United States of America or something. But in terms of like marketing that video game, they will go and like exclusively work with people that have never even touched politics remotely. You know what I mean? Dude called out 9/11 before it ever happened. But in terms of like marketing or brand associations, they will be so straightforward. It's crazy. Like, it's just what it is. I know this from my own personal experience with like Bandai Namco and like From Software. Like, it's really funny where Western developers don't give a fuck. A lot of Western developers are like, they don't care. They obviously share a lot of my political convictions as well, like the devs themselves, and they don't have any issue. Like they'll work with me, they'll work with Asmongold, you know what I mean? They don't give a fuck. Japanese developers, on the other hand, they're like, oh, if I even smell a little bit of controversy, like I feel like even Ludwig would be considered controversial for Japanese devs. You know what I mean? Like someone who, or like Moist Critical would be considered controversial for Japanese devs. Like that's squeaks. So that's the type of craziness over there where they're just like, oh, you have an opinion. You've made an opinion known on the internet. Well, sorry, can't work with you guys. It's similar to like Disney almost, where even Disney would be more open-minded. Moist had a PlayStation deal fall through because he released a saucy music video. Yeah, this is some inside baseball for you guys. For those of you who don't know, it is what it is. Charlie Moist lost the Sony sponsorship, was blacklisted. Yeah, there you go. I didn't even know that happened, but like, this is pure speculation. But that is quite literally the reason why it happens. It's insane. It's like one time you said the word penis in your commentary, and we've decided that is completely unacceptable. This was a grave error that we made in working with you, controversial man. Japanese IP holders would shoot themselves in the foot than rather work with someone who may have had a non-licensed product of theirs. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Didn't your initial post that got you invited mention the JCP? I think the reason why I got disinvited, if I were to speculate, I think the mention of JCP was the reason why I'm now persona non grata. Because in Japan, you're not supposed to talk about your political affiliations. In Japanese culture, you're never supposed to talk about like who you vote for, from what I understand. And like even like mentioning even if you literally are like a JCP voter, even if you are personally like a Japanese Communist Party voter, okay, and someone brings that up, it's like, whoa, you're done. You're cut. You're never again. Unless you teach the art of the sword. But even then, that guy didn't fucking say his politics. He just showed his politics. You know what I mean? Like, Yeah, Japan is gamers' paradise for that reason because everyone is apolitical. But yeah. Wish you had been in BB No Money's music video. I didn't have time to do it. I didn't have to like. Did you see that base Japanese in that makes you sound a clause that you didn't do genocide? Yeah, I have seen that. All right, so where's your Switch 2? You're a gay icon. You must play Mario Kart so hot. I did not get a Switch 2 yet. I will at some point. I don't know if it's like exactly the same as Switch 1. I've heard from people who have gotten their Switch 2s and like done the rollout and stuff that it's actually better. It probably looks the same. It probably looks the same from afar, I suspect. If you're just like watching other people. But it seems like it's better, it's nicer, but maybe not like way nicer, right? There's a new smell function. Shut up. You're freaking lying. There is no way. But yeah. Can you finally play the communism game Animal Crossing? No. I will not finally play the communism game Animal Crossing. Other than that, what else is going on in my life? I mean, we already blasted off. Let's get started. We're going to obviously dive really quickly into the feud between Trump and Musk before we get to the New York City mayoral race drama and all the other things that are happening. Let's take a look.
That escalating public feud between President Trump and Elon Musk, their alliance now in tatters, just days after Musk left his White House role. It started as a dispute over the president's budget bill.
But now the two men trading personal attacks and threats. John Carl is standing by. He just got off the phone with the president moments ago. But first, let's go to our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, who is at the White House with the latest. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, Michael, good morning to you. And this relationship just went up in flames. A stunning turnaround and an also very public meltdown between the president and the man once considered his most powerful advisor. This morning, the explosive public feud between President Trump and Elon Musk turning vindictive and personal. The president breaking his silence after the billionaire called his signature spending bill a disgusting abomination.
Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if it will anymore.
Musk warning about the level of spending in the bill, which the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says will add $3 trillion to the national debt. Sources tell ABC News Musk personally pushed Speaker Johnson not to get rid of a tax incentive.
I love that everyone is crazy. Everyone is crazy now. Okay? It's not just the Republicans. The Republicans are also coping big time, right? Big news update. Kilmar Burger Garcia was mistakenly deported to El Salvador, is on his way back to the U.S. to face criminal charges, sources tell ABC News. What are the criminal charges he's supposed to face? Like, that's not great news, if we're being honest. It kind of feels like it's the bad news. They're like, we're going to bring him back to do a sham trial so we can, like, prosecute him further. Okay, sick, weird. Sick and also sickening. What is happening in this goddamn country? We'll cover that. We'll cover that in a second. What I was going to say is going back to the Elon Musk situation, the reason why, no hate, but could you cover the record high ICE arrests and raids and them camping out court appointments across the country? What do you mean no hate? I will, of course, and I have. And I will continue to do so. And we're going to do New York as well. Just calm down and listen. We're going to get to all of that. Okay. You're a clown, Hasan. Thank you. Thank you for saying I'm funny and entertaining. I hope I can continue to be entertaining. So the Republicans are obviously in a deep state of panic and sadness because on the one hand, you know, the two daddies are fighting, and that's always not great. That's always a sad state of affairs, right? But also, on top of that, the liberals are not in the best state of mind either, because they are looking at the situation and they have all collectively decided that this is a sham. On the one hand, you hear this from QAnon, but on the other hand, you hear this from BlueAnon as well, which I think is interesting. BlueAnon also thinks this back and forth is actually fake. It's crafted. It's only being done so that they can. It's only being done and unfolding. This drama is unfolding as a kayfabe, as a way to, like, I guess, get Elon back to the good graces of like liberals or something. Okay, and I think the truth is much simpler than that. These are two incredibly narcissistic, incredibly childish, egomaniacal man-children that have surrounded themselves with sycophants. So, of course, they were going to inevitably fight one another in broad daylight in the exact same ways that they are fighting right now. This was predestined. I don't think it's supposed to be like, I don't think you need to read too deeply into what's going on. You know, if they try to patch things up later down the line, I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, see, we told you, like, this was always fake. It's like, no, they just did that because they realized that, you know, there's still this allegiance that they can maintain, which I don't even know if they will be able to. I just don't. I don't think that this is like fake. I don't think that this is kayfabe. I don't think this is drama that they've created to make you pay attention to this and something else, like, you know, and not something else. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump's reaction to Elon Musk behaving in this insane way proves to me that this is not fake, because he is behaving like an adult, because he knows that he's the president and therefore has a massive tax cut bill that he is trying to advance right now, which is precisely the fucking reason why he's like, I don't care about this. Elon is just attacking the bill. He shouldn't attack the bill. The bill is very important. Big, beautiful bill. Big, beautiful tax breaks. Believe it. We're doing the tax breaks. You know what I mean? I think Donald Trump has been surprisingly adult and uncharacteristically adult about this breakup, which leads me to believe that the back and forth is very real and not manufactured or designed for our consumption. It was bound to happen at some point, and it's finally happening. And Trump is not excited that it's happening right now because he has a big, beautiful bill to push through.
Incentive to buy electric vehicles like Tesla.
I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem. And he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate.
Musk was once considered the president's most powerful advisor, leaving the administration just days ago with an old.
It is also hilarious that this man promoted Teslas because Tesla stock prices were tanking in front of the White House and then turned around and cut EV credits, which further tanked the Tesla stock prices. Like, Elon is such a stupid person. He is such a remarkably dumb guy. It is alarming. It is shocking to me that he can't even demonstrate basic competency. I don't understand it. Like, you might say, what are you talking about, Hasan? He bought Twitter. He was able to single-handedly drive discourse further and further into the right. And it's like, no, it's because he's really rich that he's able to do stuff like that, okay? He has an endless amount of power, but he doesn't necessarily have an endless amount of brain processing capabilities, okay? It's not like he is... Like, luck played a formative role in his career initially, but after a certain point of wealth, you're just basically failing upwards. It's impossible. You have like all the safeguards. Like with Tesla being a great example of this. When you have two-thirds of your shareholders are institutional investors, then the entire market relies on Tesla constantly growing, and Tesla stock price is constantly going up. So now you have the rest of the stock market that is supposed to create a false sense of confidence around your stock because they're all invested in it. So no matter how much Elon lies or says ridiculous things or makes a fool of himself, these guys have to act like he's still brilliant. Otherwise, their money's on the line and nobody wants to lose money. That's it. The reason why I'm mentioning all of this is because I need you to understand that this man is not a brilliant person. He is just a very profoundly rich person. And when you're profoundly rich, you can be stupid and still have a tremendous amount of power. And his stupidity is endless. I mean, look at this. Like associating yourself with a guy who is primarily invested in the fossil fuel industry and its dominance, who understands, who recognizes that the fossil fuel industry's continuation is a matter of national security from his perspective, because the global competitor China is completely dominating and has almost all but monopolized the renewable sector, and you're still trying to work with this dude. It's so stupid. You're inevitably going to tank your company. Republicans are never going to buy EVs because EVs are gay and woke. Come on, man. You know Elon means well. You're joking, right? 4-month subscriber. There is 0% chance that you think Elon Musk means well. He is the wealthiest billionaire. Oh, you're joking. Okay, thank God. Jesus Christ.
Oval Office farewell and a gold key to the White House.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
He spent $200 million of his own money to help Trump and Republicans get elected, appearing at events with a chainsaw, promising to slash spending.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
The president tapping him to lead the Department of Government Efficiency, giving him the power to gut entire...
Dude, I said this yesterday, but I got to repeat it again. If I'm Bill Gates, if I'm Bilbo Gates, okay, or if I'm Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos, I'm calling up every other billionaire to be like, we gotta do something about this guy. He is fucking up the bag for all of us, dude. Because, like, billionaires are supposed to move in silence, dumbass. You're not supposed to literally come out and be like, I own the elections. I am your God, okay? That is going to calcify the resentment that people already feel. You're not supposed to be a visible person. You're not supposed to be a visible enemy, okay? You are going to accidentally instill class consciousness in the working class when you do this. So I obviously personally love Elon Musk being a fucking baboon on the timeline and also in broad daylight, okay? I think it's great. If I was a billionaire, and I am obviously according to my haters, I'd be calling up every other billionaire being like, dude, we got to stop this right now. The people are going to grab the pitchforks and burn us at the fucking stake if Elon keeps this up. Every day that Elon Musk goes on television and goes, USA, USA, oh, chainsaw, I'm going to, as a billionaire, I'm going to fire every person that works for the National Forest Service. It's like the richest man on the planet working with another fucking billionaire asshole Republican to fire people that work at the National Weather Service is like, is propaganda that I could not have imagined. That's agitative propaganda that I would never be able to cultivate in a million fucking years. It is directly showing even the least class conscious Americans exactly what's up, exactly what's going on. Now, a lot of them are still deluded, you know? A lot of them are still primarily invested in making their own money, in being entrepreneurs, and maybe cutting a side deal here or there, and I don't know, doing drop shipping or whatever the fuck. Okay. And plenty of them still are invested in the notion of meritocracy because then they can make it one day. And obviously, if they were to realize that meritocracy is a lie, then what the fuck is this all for? Like, they're never going to actually leave their position. They're never actually going to leave their position as a wage slave for the rest of their fucking lives. So it takes a tremendous amount of agitated propaganda to overcome the pre-established social conditioning that requires everyone to buy into this process. But as material conditions worsen, and as you directly see these visible tyrants behaving in the way that like old monopolists wouldn't even behave in, that you only saw in like political cartoons, you know, like the fat guy with a monocle and a top hat being like, I will take all of your food. After all, I need it more. Like, that's Elon Musk in modernity, okay? Elon Musk is basically the human embodiment of capital. He behaves like the 1920s monopoly man with a monocle and a top hat. Like, that's what he's doing. And unlike the 1920s monopoly man, he's not even fucking building libraries. He's not even building like the next wing of the museum that you could go to. All he's doing with his spare time is constantly churning out the lowest bottom of the barrel memes so you like him. He ain't building railroads. He's building fucking tunnels to stop railroads from being built. We've devolved. Our billionaires and our oligarchs have devolved. All he wants to do is nut in his reply guys and reply gals and fucking tweet epic dank memes on the timeline. How can you look at the situation and go, nah, this guy's brilliant. He deserves it. He deserves his wealth. Meritocracy is real. You know? He's too busy sending nut by mail to Twitter reply gals, okay? Bro, I'm eating. Okay, well, sorry. It's just the truth. So I love Elon being a buffoon. The real Gilded Age barons would eat this dude for breakfast. Yeah. So I don't know. I use every opportunity I have to basically try to show people the truth about how these billionaires are not these like brilliant shadowy figures that are controlling society. They're just immensely wealthy people that, by way of hard work for sure initially, and also a tremendous amount of luck, have generated endless amounts of wealth. And now use those endless amounts of wealth to continue to rob you blind.
Agencies and fire federal workers. But now the president says he didn't need Musk or his money to win.
I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway.
And dismissing him as a disgruntled former employee.
They leave and they wake up in the morning and the glamour's gone. The whole world is different and they become hostile.
Musk clearly listening, outraged. Writing on social media, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Adding such ingratitude and suggesting he'll start a new political party. Then pushing back on Trump's claim that he knew what was in the bill, calling that false. This bill was never shown to me even once. The president turning up the heat, writing, Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. Trump then threatening to cancel his $20 billion in government contracts. Musk then threatening to pull NASA's only ride to the International Space Station, writing, in light of the president's statement.
That, by the way, probably is one of the most dangerous statements that Elon made. Dangerous for him, mind you. Calling Trump a pedophile is one thing, right? His cult is too strong. They're not going to care. They're not going to be like, oh my God, Trump was on the Epstein list. No, they're going to be like, oh, we know he was on the Epstein list. I've already said this before, and many others have as well, that if Jeffrey Epstein didn't get assassinated, right? Most likely. That's my assessment. That's the position of the HasanAbi broadcast, obviously. If he was alive still and he was able to do podcasts and shit, they would consider Jeffrey Epstein, if he did podcasts and was like, I'm anti-woke actually, and they only are coming after me because I exposed the wokes, he would be a fucking hero. He would be considered a goddamn hero by Republicans. Okay, these guys do not care about pedophilia. They do not care. They like pedophilia. It's they do it. They practice it themselves. That's why there is the pedocon theory, which is a theory such as the theory of gravity at this point. You know what I mean? It's just real. It's not just a theory. It is just reality. So, to be fair, though, nobody really fucks with Matt Gaetz. Yeah, it's not because he was a pedophile. It's because he fucked up the bag for the he was the leader of the Never Kever movement. That's it. That's the real reason why they hate him, because he disrupted and made a mockery of the Republican Party by causing instability.
SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately.
But anyway, this is the more consequential thing that Elon Musk actually claimed he was going to do and then very quickly backed away from doing, because this would actually have severe repercussions. It would destroy, first of all, this destroys Elon Musk's government contracts in perpetuity. Any serious government would look at this and go, okay, it's over. We are, one, using the Defense Production Act to instantly nationalize SpaceX and bring it under the banner of NASA. And two, you will never get a government contract ever again. The mere threat of not playing ball with the American government, or any government really, after you got endless billions from said government because you had a petty spat, is psychotic. I mean, it's the truth. That's how much power these fuckers have. And any serious government should look at that and go, okay, we're going to Chinese-style Jack Ma you. We're going to hit the Jack Ma button. You're going to the countryside, you know? You're going to be picking up a pickaxe real soon. That's what any serious government would do. Any serious government that cares about preserving its national interest, its national security, for example, they would turn around and go, what do you mean? Oh, you had a ketamine-fueled bender and decided to destroy the public-private partnership that we've designed? Well, seems like that's a problem for the future. Yeah, I saw the Peter Schiff shit. I'm going to talk about it. I call him Peter shit.
Later backing off, saying he won't do that after all. Musk also saying Trump's tariffs will cause a recession and calling for the president to be impeached. As the attacks turn more vicious and personal, Tesla stock.
Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine being like I mean, this in and of itself is yet another unique radicalizing opportunity for a lot of people to understand that this private-public partnership is on tenuous ground. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to have a public-private partnership on all of this stuff because the private sector could just like pull out if they chose to do so. That's surreal. Can you imagine? Like, that's insane. And they can, and because there's so much power consolidation in the private sector, it's directly in the hands of one madman, one egomaniacal madman. As long as it is motivated by profit, the government thinks this creates stability, and the private sector can always say, "Well, our profit margins are down. Give us more subsidies, give us more money," right? And as long as the government keeps the free flow of subsidies to the private sector, to the private partner, then it's fine, right? That's the way that they see it. That's the trade-off. Having said that, however, because of the way that the private sector works, where like one maniacal madman can just like break this contract apart in the way that Elon threatened, this should be a uniquely radicalizing moment for every serious person in DC that is even remotely interested in good governance. Okay? It's crazy. How would they nationalize SpaceX? I already told you, Defense Production Act and national, like Defense Production Act invoked for national security interests, immediately fucking every single SpaceX employee turns into a public sector employee. And they fold SpaceX back under the banner of NASA. SpaceX already is SpaceX would not exist without NASA. SpaceX scientists have worked in NASA. They've worked in JPL. SpaceX is basically NASA, but privatized. So it would not require much effort to fold it back under NASA. A lot of these private sector, a lot of these like private enterprise, a lot of these private companies are basically things that governments do all around the world, but privatized in the United States of America, or even things that the government used to do in the United States of America, like NASA, but now privatized because it's more efficient. There's no more red tape. There's more opportunity and more room for deregulation, and there's less of a battle for continuous funding necessary to keep up these programs. I would love for a NASA SpaceX merger, for the record. It would be fantastic. I wish that it would happen. I wish for it to happen.
Stock started to plunge, the company losing more than $150 billion in market value. But the billionaire not letting up, writing, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT." Musk, of course, they are referring to Jeffrey Epstein, who was convicted of sex trafficking. He took his own life in prison, providing no evidence to back up his claims. In the middle of this very public feud, you have some public figures trying to broker peace. So take Kanye West, for example. He wrote on social media, quote, "Bros, please know we love you both so much."
We are a deeply unserious nation, and we're becoming more unserious by the day. It's alarming. It's alarming that Kanye West, who is, I don't know, on his like 700th manic episode meltdown, is getting media coverage as a serious party between a very visible, very dramatic spat between the wealthiest person on the planet and the most powerful person on the planet. What the hell is going on? Every single day, I think to myself, this can't be fucking real. Like, think about it, dude. We back in 2016, we would talk about like Idiocracy is a documentary. It's like we live it now. We just straight up live it. We're living in the actual real life version of this. What the hell is going on? And worse, why does nobody wake up to how psychotic this situation is? That's what I don't understand. Like, things are falling apart all around us at an alarming rate. Commentary has devolved. Every aspect of our existence has gotten worse year over year. And nobody seems to go, what the fuck is this? I guess we're just run by clowns. Everybody just goes, ha, that's funny. Ha, that's just funny. I guess we're run by delusional idiots. Who cares? I got to go back to work. You know what I mean? Oh, well, what am I to do? Don't give people what they need, a social safety net. Give them what they want, delusional content. Yeah, I do feel like we're in the end times for American empire. And when things like this happen, I am reminded of that theory. Again, theory like gravity is a theory. It's so crazy. Partially because I think back in the day, like the Roman Empire didn't fall overnight. It took hundreds of years. Okay. But nowadays, with the way that technology works, with the limited attention spans that we have, and with how information travels at an incredible pace, I think the decline of empire has also, like, because empires always fall, right? But the decline of empire has also become much faster. So what would happen in periods over like 500 years can now happen in like maybe 50 years. And we're experiencing that right now. I think in the future, we'll look back at like what happened to the United States of America and the empire in decline. And we'll probably point to like the Reagan era as the period that started the instability and accelerated the end of the empire. And given how things are working out with someone like Donald Trump, it almost feels like Donald Trump might be the guy who sees it happen. Not getting fries with burgers anymore is a sure sign that we are close. Yeah, this will be in the history books. Cat turd breaking. Elon Musk has unsubscribed and unfollowed me. Alex Jones says he's not in my Trump cult. Many large influencer accounts desperately tried to stay neutral today. I've never changed in years. If you want to criticize Trump's bill, non-problem. If you don't like Trump's policies, no problem. I'm okay with that. If you don't like Trump's tariffs, I'll listen to your side. But when you come out and call Trump a pedophile, that's when you've crossed a red line. Don't care about anything you have to say after that. Oh, I wish that this was real. I wish that there was like a real fissure. I wish that there was a real fissure in the Republican ranks and these guys weren't so desperate to genuflect to wealthy capital owners while simultaneously maintaining their allegiance to the Trump cult, and that this would genuinely cause a collapse of the pre-established Republican allegiances that were always on shaky grounds to begin with. it's shocking to me that the singular unifier of Republicans broadly is deregulation and the eradication of taxes. And yet right now there is a lower what? There is a lowering the tax bill. Okay. There is a lowering of the tax bill right now in front of us. And these guys are still fighting one another. This is a poop sock video, and thank you for trying to poop sock me. Let's continue.
And hedge fund manager Bill Ackman writing Musk and Trump should make peace for the benefit of our great country. Musk responding to that post saying, "You're not wrong," could be a sign that things are cooling off, but such tense and visceral words have been exchanged over the last 24 hours, George.
Social media had a field day. Okay, Rachel, thanks very much.
Chief Washington analyst Robert Costa. Bob, good morning. Good to see you. So what are your sources telling you behind closed doors about how this is playing out in the White House? And you've covered Trump for years. Is this any of a surprise to you?
Great to be with you. Talking to people inside and around this White House, they say this is actually quite serious. You have the richest man in the world battling the president of the United States. They also say it's theatrical, that if Musk ever changes his tune, he could find himself back in the inner circle. He has a lot of money. He could contribute to President Trump's causes. And
Yeah, these guys don't care, too. That's the other thing. Like, I think Trump just wants Elon to shut the fuck up and just keep funding his initiatives. You know what I mean? He's just like, dude, shut up. Just stop talking and just keep giving me money. And if you do that, every now and then I'll throw you a bone. You know what I mean? But Elon is like, I need the clout. I need the love. I need the admiration of your cult. And he was never even able to secure that admiration when he was firmly in the bosom of Donald Trump to begin with, partially because he was a magnet for all of the most negative, most consequential policies of Trump, firing federal employees and the like, and also because he is a repulsive, grotesque monster that even Trump's cult is not going to be on board with. He looks too gross. He behaves in a way where even the most like primal-minded, lizard-brained Americans look at that and go, ugh, it's like this is too foreign of a concept for me to be on board with. Trump is also a sweaty, oily, orange man. I don't know how else to describe it in better terms, right? But Trump also has a shit ton of television experience. He knows how to craft a message. He knows how to keep people invested in what he has to say. He has camera presence. He has stage presence. He has a knack for this sort of thing. Elon does not. Trump speaks to a frequency that a lot of right-wing Americans sing to. Like, they love this shit.
Trump has a long history of public feuds with people, seeing them as a villain, but then seeing them pretty soon as a friend.
I'm curious about the big, beautiful bill. Elon Musk wants it to be a slim, beautiful bill, says big is not beautiful. What's the outlook now for that getting through the Senate and getting to the president's desk?
Tony, when I was calling my Senate Republican sources, including some senators in the last 24 hours, it's evident to me that they fear President Trump more than they fear Elon Musk, because Musk has a lot of money. He could be very supportive of them when they run for re-election in 2026 or 2028. But at the end of the day, they want President Trump's endorsement in a primary. And if they don't have that, they don't see much of a future in politics.
Bob, we've been having that very same debate here on set. So there are real life implications here for all Americans, from space contracts to the midterm elections. What are the implications that you are really keeping in mind here?
President Trump is wielding his power inside the federal government with a real iron grip. We've seen that since January of this year. And Elon Musk has had an up-close view of how President Trump uses power. He's not afraid to use it. So those close to President Trump tell me he could push to get rid of those contracts with SpaceX and other Musk companies. He could try to get rid of these tax subsidies. There's a real sense of being vindictive, if necessary, inside of the Trump inner circle. So they're ready to go to war with Elon Musk, but if he ever wants to be a friend again, they're willing to listen.
Oh, all right. Bob, thank you so much.
A day of online jabs, threats, and accusations leading to the...
I hate my ex. Big, beautiful breakup. Trump, Elon bromance explodes into insults and threats. I love this. God. New York Post, always goated. New York Post, the real gray lady, okay? The real paper of record. Not the New York Times, ew. More like the New York Crimes. New York Post, on the other hand, more like the New York Goats, okay? Classic.
New York Post cover. I hate my...
New York Post forced to have a front page that's not race baiting. Yeah. When they go low, we go high. Oh, yeah. Adam Friedland did Chris Cuomo's show. I'm going to cover that in a second.
X, but cooler heads could still prevail as White House aides are reportedly working to broker a truce between President Trump and Elon Musk.
Fox team coverage to kick things off this Friday. David Spunt will have more on the probe of former President Biden's decline. But first to our Aisha Husty. She is live where it's all happening, the White House. What are the chances that Musk and Trump get on the phone today and talk this one out?
Hey, John and Sandra, good to see you. I would say the chances are very, very slim to none. And that's really, quite frankly, coming from the president himself, who apparently is calling just about everyone or getting on the phone with just about everyone except for his old pal, Elon Musk. He just got off the phone with our Brett Baer and told him this, that he is not interested in talking to Elon. He is not worried about any of these third-party threats. Elon's been on X talking about perhaps we should create a third party. And Trump also pointed to some favorable polling that shows that there is strong support for him across America and also amongst Republicans on Capitol Hill. Of course, this all started because of...
By the way, it is alarming how quickly Trump was able to rebuild goodwill after having a record-breaking disapproval for virtually all of his policies, except for the one thing that no Democrat even touched with a 10-foot pole, trans issues, where he was in the red for everything. And the Democrats basically did the Kilmar Abrego Garcia thing. A couple Democrats did. And then they instantly stopped. Zero counters from the Dems. And all of a sudden, Trump is still dominating the headlines. Trump is still able to shape the media narratives to the way that he wants to. And outside of instances like this, where tensions run hot and there's a little bit of back and forth and there's drama or whatever, which has nothing to do with the Democrats, of course. Obviously, this happened because Republicans just chose to fight amongst themselves. The Democrats didn't push for this. And without that counter messaging, of course, Trump is able to rebuild confidence in his administration, even though they're doing spectacularly stupid things in broad daylight. Kind of feels like bullshit. No, he's able to. Well, there are a lot of people on the edges. Okay, there are a lot of people on the edges within the Trump coalition that were getting off this ride. They were getting off the Trump ride. They were like, I don't know about this tariff stuff. The tariff stuff actually did a big number. Okay, But the Democrats never actually attacked on any of these weaknesses. Like, they never pounced on anything, as opposed to the way the Republicans would never, and the Republicans have never actually let go of opportunities. Like, can you imagine if a Democratic leadership was this openly failing in broad daylight? Do you think the Republicans wouldn't make a massive fucking stink? The Republicans would be using this opportunity to be like, oh my God, look at how stupid these guys are. Look at how bad they are. It would dominate media discourse. They did that with Joe Biden. They never stopped attacking. Democrats, on the other hand, nothing. Not a fucking peep. All you hear from Hakeem Jeffries is like, yeah, are they arresting staffers of my congressional caucus members? Are they arresting members of the Democratic Party? Is the DOJ coming after members of the Democratic Party? We'll respond at some point. And our response will be swift, I think. Like, how are you going to let that go? What the fuck's going on?
Of the big beautiful bill, and Elon is still trying to kill that. And here's a direct quote from the president this afternoon. He says, Elon's totally lost it. So we don't expect to see a phone call between these two men, at least today. We shall see where this goes. In the meantime, the White House here, John, is trying to figure out what to do with that red Tesla with Florida plates that, remember, Trump bought at full price back in March. It's still sitting here on the White House grounds, and we are told it's either going to be given away or it's going to be sold off. The president actually has not said anything on camera about this dust-up today. He dodged a question late last evening after briefly commenting on Musk during a visit with the German chancellor. Watch this.
I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. You know, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate. Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore.
Mr. President, what is your response to Elon Musk claims that there's two files?
So for his part, Musk appears to be a little bit more open to mending relations. Last night, he posted on X that he won't, in fact, be decommissioning the Dragon spacecraft after he posted that he would do that. And then he replied, "You're not wrong," to a post by David Ackman, who wrote, "The two men should make peace for the benefit of our great country. We are much stronger together than apart." So at this hour of this breakup watch here at the White House, President Trump not budging. He departs for Bedminster later this afternoon, about 3 o'clock, and that will be what we expect the first time we'll see him today. And maybe he'll talk to us in the cameras about what he thinks about Elon. John.
Well, be sure to ask him about that red Tesla, because the denouement of that little item is something that we're all interested in.
Are you interested in that Tesla, John?
Well, no, I'm interested in the story. And the fact that it's got Florida plates on it. By now, it's supposed to have D.C. plates on it, I think, though maybe the president gets special dispensation on that. Thanks, Aisha. Keep us posted. Sandra?
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl. So, John, let's file this whole feud under shocking but not surprising. You call the president on his cell phone at 6:45, he picks up.
Yeah, he picked up. Look, there's been reporting out there that the White House is working to put together a call between Elon Musk and Donald Trump to broker some kind of peace. I asked Donald Trump about that. He said he's not particularly interested in talking to Elon Musk. He said Elon wants to talk to him. He's not ready to talk to Musk, who he called a man who has lost his mind.
They have a lot of leverage over each other.
Why are you so certain that the big, beautiful bill won't pass the Senate? I thought that the actual spoilers on the Republican side would stay firm, but I don't know anymore. The Democrats could try and actively dominate Senate sessions with the endless amount of time that they can get. Like, they could literally do the Cory Booker style, like, filibuster. There's only so many days remaining in the legislative session. But I don't think that they're going to do that. I don't think the Dems are going to do anything, really. Why doesn't Elon want to cut spending? What's in it for him? No, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. The reason why he doesn't like the bill is because it takes away his EV credits. That's what he doesn't like about it. Not the, like, it hurts Tesla's stock prices, which is directly associated with his net worth. Why do you doubt the Democrats? Bernie and Elizabeth Warren will stop this bill for sure and also get good media hits from it. Okay. Debated. Happy Friday, chat. Thank a union worker. Good one.
Oh, there's no question about that. Look, Elon Musk, obviously the richest man on the planet, the biggest Republican donor in the history of Republican donors. But this is, in many ways,
contracts with the government.
Yeah, but this is asymmetric. I mean, Donald Trump, to use his phrase, really holds the cards here. Donald Trump could do severe damage to Elon Musk if he were to go vindictive. And he's been remarkably restrained. There's been remarkable restraint from Donald Trump. I mean, look, Elon Musk went nuclear. You're talking about his impeachment, talking about tying him to the world's most notorious sex trafficker, all of this, and Donald Trump has been restrained. But he could go after the government contracts. He could announce criminal investigations into what Elon Musk was doing on Doge. I mean, you've seen Steve Bannon suggest he could use the Defense Production Act to try to seize parts of SpaceX. I mean, there's a lot
also
that Donald
called for him
Trump
to be deported as well.
Yeah, he also called him being deported. So look, Elon Musk is very powerful.
Oh God. Oh my God. I mean, it's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. But like, can you imagine? Oh God. Oh my God. Oh. I want to live in that world. I want to live in that alternative reality, man. That's the reality that I want to live in.
He's also a very big target.
One of the other surprising things
I actually got literal chills. It's not even a joke. I got chills.
Several hours for the vice president, J.D. Vance, to weigh in here. He's usually on social media all the time.
He's on social media. He's got a hair trigger on this stuff. He was silent for 8 hours while Elon Musk, somebody who has been very close to J.D. Vance,
Even
went
before
after
Trump.
Yes, they were allies before he was his running mate. And then when J.D. Vance finally came out, what did he do? He didn't hit back at Elon Musk. He didn't really defend specifically, none of it, Donald Trump against those charges. He said, I stand beside Donald Trump. I mean, where else is he going to stand? He's the vice president. Mm. So a lot of people in the MAGA movement are wondering where J.D. Vance's loyalties are after that yesterday. I assume we'll hear more from him, but it was a very quiet period.
Fascinating. I assume the president's probably watching since he took your call. Let's see if he calls you back in a few minutes. Thanks, John. Rebecca.
Quite the breakup, and you have to wonder what the rest of the world is thinking as they watch all of this unfold as well.
All right, we do have breaking news this morning. What is President Trump's latest thinking about his explosive feud with Elon Musk?
I'm not going to lie. I kind of like that this is dominating the media headlines, because this at least, like, once again creates organic discontent surrounding the big beautiful bill, even if it's from the wrong side, even if it's from the side where people are like, oh, yeah, well, I'm not gonna go to the DOJ Attorney General Pam Bondi announcing major criminal arrest for Kilmar Barriga Garcia. I'll cover it after the conference is over, but it's good that there's at least like some kind of discontent surrounding this bill. It's kind of like relying on the Freedom Caucus to tank certain cuts to spending because they just are angry that there's not enough cuts. You know what I mean? Because it's just not. It's just not going to be. The resistance is not going to come from the Democrats. You know what I mean? So I'll take whatever I can get. Hopefully. this will at least extend. This will maybe create some natural hurdle against it. I don't know.
Well, joining us now, someone who just got off the phone with the president. CNN chief political correspondent Dana Bash joins us now by phone. Dana, what did he tell you?
Good morning, John. Well, he said that he's, quote, well, here's exactly what he said, quote, "I'm not even thinking about Elon."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Central Committee's right. This kind of right-wing infighting is exactly what prevented Obama from doing a grand bargain to cut Social Security and Medicare in his term, if you recall, which was, of course, actively petitioned for and pushed for by Joseph Robinette Brandon. And the Tea Party caucus was the one who actually decided, oh, it doesn't do enough cuts. And they tanked it. So I'll take the destruction of this bill, whichever way it comes. Like whichever. I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work at the end of the day because there is a fairly sizable tax increase due to the sunsetting tax cuts that Donald Trump, ironically enough, wrote in his previous tenure when he designed the tax cuts. And therefore, that's seen as a tax increase. And Republicans are allergic to such things. But who knows?
He's got a problem. The poor guy's got a problem. He said he won't be speaking to him for a while, but he said he wishes Elon Musk well. It was a short conversation. He didn't seem very exercised about it. And the interesting thing is, of course, the context of this is how many people who are in both men's orbits are trying to broker a peace deal, so to speak, and trying to get them to talk because of the concern about the fallout in so many directions. I mean, the blast radius from this fallout is really, really big and very wide. But right now he said he's not interested in that, and he's moving on. And in typical Donald Trump fashion, John, he, before I even asked the question, wanted to talk about what he wanted the storyline.
He had to sunset them because it would have been unable to use reconciliation because the tax code would be too expensive. They love lying with sunsets to get better scores with the CBO. Yeah.
To be today about the economy. He was talking about gas prices. He said he was waiting for the jobs numbers to come out, which I think is about 2 minutes from now. So as he has done his entire career, not just political, but since he was a businessman, trying to push out the narrative and push out the story that he thinks is the most advantageous for him. And he thinks that's the economy now. But of course, we did briefly talk about Elon Musk. And the headline is he says he has no plans to talk to him right now.
Yeah, just to reiterate, again, because the story overnight has been a whole slew of people working to tone things down and to de-escalate. And he's telling you, I don't want to talk to him right now. And then he also threw that elbow saying that, the poor guy's got a problem. So, if Elon Musk is waking up this morning, he might read that, I imagine, as a new insult.
He might. He also said, I won't be speaking to him for a while, I guess, but I wish him well. He wasn't exercised. He didn't sound angry. He sounded, I guess, more resigned to where their relationship is right now. But he obviously is very well aware of the impact that this is having. And that's why I found it interesting that even though he seemed to try to put a stop to any speculation or, as you were saying, the entreaties from so many people for the two of them to make up, he was still trying to kind of shape the narrative about what is coming out of the White House. It's not an easy thing to do right now because literally the entire world is focused on this remarkable feud between the president of the United States and Elon Musk.
I will say that's 100% true. People were talking about it on the subway, on the sidewalks, everywhere I turned yesterday afternoon and evening. This has 100% focus. Dana Bash sharing her interesting morning conversation with the President of the United States. Thank you very much. We'll let you get ready for Inside Politics, which airs at 12 p.m. Eastern. All right, with us now, Congressman John Garamendi, a Democrat from California. So, Congressman, I think you just heard the news. President Trump says of Elon Musk, he's got a problem.
Remember when the Senate parliamentarian was a hurdle to adding on an increase to the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, and the Democrats went, "Oh no, the Senate parliamentarian, what do we do?" Well, here's how much power the Senate parliamentarian currently holds. Extreme in the weeds shit just shows you the way Republicans love to wield power and the Democrats don't. They also are ready to bypass the parliamentarian for this bill, by the way. Remember when the Dems pretended they couldn't raise the minimum wage because of that staffer? At the time, I explained in great detail how in the past, the Republicans under Dick Cheney's leadership had actually bypassed the Senate parliamentarian because it's an appointed position. They fired a previous Senate parliamentarian under the George W. Bush administration for not playing ball with the Republican agenda, and they reappointed one that would play ball. Except when Democrats were in power and the $15 minimum wage was on a budget reconciliation that requires a simple majority to pass, and the Democrats had the votes, or could have at least whipped the votes for that simple majority. Okay. The Senate parliamentarian said you have to take out the $15 minimum wage increase. Here it is. Senate parliamentarian rejects Democrats' third attempt to include immigration in economic bill. And whoa, what the hell? You're out of free articles. Since when does CNN do these like crazy paywalls? What the helly? Hold on. I didn't even realize. Maybe I haven't been reading too much CNN. Yeah. Senate parliamentarian dominated the Democratic Party over and over again, weirdly enough. But of course, when it comes to the Republicans and their agenda, the Senate parliamentarian is no longer an obstacle. Interesting. Interesting how little you care about these procedural rules when you actually have an ambition, when you actually have a political goal, and you will do everything in your power to complete said political goal. How interesting. Of course, Republicans can get away with defending this erosion of the Senate rules because they're doing it at the behest of corporate profits and the wealthy keeping more take-home pay than before. When it comes down to it, they get away with it because it's tax us to the wealthy. You can't get away with it if it's actually improving the living conditions of the working poor, of the working class of Americans. All of these procedural rules, these procedural hurdles are designed in a way for people to act like they're actually standing in the way of any sort of real progress. Think about how different the Democratic Party's outlook would be in the minds of Americans in general across the board if they were able to push for a $15 minimum wage increase at the federal level. I think it would have played a formative role I think it would have changed a lot of people's lives for the better. It would have caused a lot of people to actually say, hey, man, Democrats put a lot more money in my pocket. It would have created tremendous loyalty for the Democratic Party, especially at a time when they were experiencing unprecedented negative real wage growth under the Brandon leadership. Interesting. Of course, a lot of this procedural stuff, when I cover it, falls on deaf ears because it's boring. And not only is it considered boring, but like all of these supposedly brilliant Democrat Party defenders in independent media don't know a single damn thing about this at all. And all they care about is defending the Democratic Party. So they are constantly playing catch up while simultaneously calling people like myself and people like Michael from Pennsylvania, also known as Central Committee, idealists. We talk about the weeds all the time. We talk about the minutia all the time. We talk about all these like fucking ridiculous procedural hurdles and how to clear them all the fucking time. David Dayen has made a phenomenal media career surrounding all of the different ways that the Democrats could make an impact, both as a hurdle against the Republicans right now, or make an impact that will have long-lasting positive consequences for the American working class when they're in power. And the Democrats just refuse to entertain that because at the end of the day, they are still backed by the same corporate entities. They are still beholden to their corporate benefactors and their interests. And their interests are identical with the Republican Party's interests, which is to deregulate, constantly push for public-private partnerships, and constantly fuck over the working poor.
The poor guy's got a problem, says he has no plans to speak with him, but that he wishes him well. The last 24 hours, this fight has been explosive. I've heard some people call it catty. But what's the significance from where you sit? What does this matter to the country and to the policy that you have voted on and will be voting on again?
It's extremely important. We can get caught up in the tit for tat and back and forth with a tweet here or there. But the reality is this is going to have a significant impact on a very, very crucial piece of legislation, which in my view is an absolutely horrible piece of legislation. That's the big ugly bill or the big beautiful bill, depending upon how you look at it. The reality is that legislation is seriously impacted by this fight. You get past the various personality issues involved, and Musk is pointing out that the bill has very, very serious consequences for our national debt. And I just overheard the speaker a moment ago talking about the beautiful cuts, the largest cuts ever. Well, those are cuts on critical programs, on healthcare programs, the Medicaid.
Why are you linking Summer Games Fest right now? It doesn't start until 2 p.m. Please stop.
President Trump and Elon Musk at odds on a number of issues, from the big, beautiful bill to subsidies for electric vehicles, and their disagreements spilling over into the public.
And possibly who runs NASA is a big deal, too. So could a big, beautiful truce be in the works, or will that divide deepen?
Peter Ducey is live at the White House with the details. Peter?
And we have so much more to report about this just since we talked in the last hour. So when you walk to the broadcasting tents here on the north side, you see West Executive Drive. That's the driveway between the White House and the old executive office building. There is a Tesla there that President Trump bought during a Tesla demo on the South Lawn a few months ago to try to help Elon Musk's business while it was being vandalized. We're told that Tesla, still sitting there, the red Tesla with Florida tags, is either going to be given away.
So what's going to happen? Are the Republicans also going to start vandalizing Teslas? As they said, it was real terrorism. Like this is a really funny moment where like Elon Musk's idiotic allegiance with the Trump administration that caused the last bastion of Tesla drivers who were all liberals to basically despise him, with the hopes that like maybe he would be able to pick up a new market of Tesla buyers that never actually came in the form of Republicans and MAGA Trump supporters. Now all of those guys also hate Tesla. He's just eating it from both angles.
Or sold off. And we are told that it was about a month that Elon Musk was wearing thin on Trump. So this was not a...
It's pretty funny because, like, remember those images of middle class suburban Hitlerites driving to Tesla dealerships and like putting their massive F-250 lifted pickup trucks outside of Tesla dealerships to like defend Tesla. What are they going to do now? They're going to drive there again and just roll coal outside of the Tesla dealerships now?
A sudden exit and then blow up. There was about a month that he was wearing thin, the president's word. Something else, there was some reporting today about the possibility of a Trump and Elon Musk phone call to make nice. Aides are telling me that is not something they are tracking. It's possible that some staffers might try to talk to Musk, but no Trump and Musk call, at least not that we know about. We did hear from the president yesterday, and he didn't sound mad, but he sounded disappointed.
Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we will anymore, but I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office.
The lowest blows yesterday came from Elon. He said, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. And then he wrote, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. The president, of course, said that Musk had been wearing thin and he was asked to leave. And the president offered up the idea that the fastest way to save money would be to cancel Musk's government contracts. Musk then wrote, in light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contracts, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. But he later said, okay, we won't decommission.
I love this. Here people in the media talk about the Epstein part of this. Like nobody's saying, wow, this means we should investigate Trump here. It's all about this fight between the two of them. I mean, it makes sense because like low key, everybody knew that Donald Trump was aligned with Epstein for a while. And also on the other side, there are people who were aligned with Jeffrey Epstein after the pedophilia stuff was, made very clear to everyone. And those people are usually on the elite side of the Democratic Party. This was the reason why the Epstein angle was unironically not talked about too much by the Democrats in this past election cycle. I was very frustrated about this because I was like, this is a great line of attack. His fucking base is filled to the brim with like conspiracy weirdos. You could actually hit him on the Epstein stuff over and over again. But you can't do that if you're literally fucking Bill Clinton's party. You know what I mean? You can't do that when you're hugging and kissing Bill Clinton and sending him out on campaign stops. Republicans, on the other hand, don't care about hypocrisy or perceived hypocrisy. So they always hit the Epstein angle with the Democrats.
Dragon. Trump rarely seems as close to AIDS as he did for a time to Elon Musk, and we asked about that at the start of his term.
Elon Musk said today, I love Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. What does the First Lady think about that?
Oh, I think she'll be okay with it somehow.
So this was a sensational back and forth on the platform Elon Musk owns yesterday, but there were signs of strain for the last week or so in public. Elon Musk blew up in the Oval Office during his send-off when I tried to ask him about this big New York Times report that alleged he was blurring the lines between medical use of drugs and recreational use of drugs, and we still don't have any real clear.
Ooh, Douchey. Douchey is a hatchet man for the admin. He's coming in hot with the ketamine stuff. It is pretty crazy that this person, this profoundly wealthy individual, the wealthiest individual on the planet, was openly high as giraffe pussy in the fucking White House, like all the time. He was gumming in the White House all the time. It's crazy. Like he's just like doing this in the fucking White House behind Donald Trump. Everybody knew about it. The New York Times reported on it. And like, It's not that big of a deal. It's just, once again, the endless amount of charitability you get as long as you associate with the right is crazy. It's crazy. On the other side, God forbid you advocate for the working poor, even if you're not a part of the working poor. You know what I mean? God for fucking bid. Your public enemy number one, persona non grata. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this. I mean, come on, man. What the hell are we doing? My man's out here looking like Adolf watching the Olympics, but instead of uppers, he's on downers, dude. He's like, you know what I'm talking about? The footage of Adolf Hitler at the Olympics where he's like shaking because he's on a biblical amount of methamphetamines. What is your headcanon explanation behind his black eye? Steve Miller slapped him with his dick. No, I don't know. Yeah, Hitler tweaking out. No, you don't understand, guys. He's just autistic. He's just doing self-soothing behavior. He went nonverbal. Hitler went nonverbal. You just don't get it. He's stimming. He's autistic. He's just stimming. It's really ableist of you to say this. Just like Elon is stimming. He's also autistic. He's just stimming right now. That's all this is. Self-soothing behavior. But you liberals wouldn't understand that because you guys are no longer tolerant.
Clarity about that. Back to you.
Right, one thing is pretty clear, Peter. Isn't he?
Hi, Hasan. Genuine question. I thought Fox News was unreliable. Why are we watching Fox? 2 reasons. Number one, content. Fox News is infinitely better content than CNN or MSNBC or any of these other news providers. But even more importantly, number 2, just because it's unreliable doesn't mean that it's not the primary source of news for the overwhelming majority of Americans. Okay? You have to study your enemy. You have to understand what your ideological opponents are learning and what they are saying. You have to get ready for it. This is hogwash. It's at the heart of hogwash. You have to understand the hog. You have to become the hog. You have to study the hog. And that's what we do. It's also, it's also entertaining to study the hog, so that's great. But yeah, that's why we do it. Also, you need to understand, we live in the age of misinformation. So, wrong narratives that are completely incorrect, that are easily dismissed by just exercising a little bit of critical thinking, those wrong narratives are more important than the truth, because if a lot of people believe it, if the overwhelming majority believe false information, that might as well be the truth. That is the unfortunate reality that we exist in right now. And considering that a big part of my job is to look at the false narratives that are presented and then and talk about and offer counter messages to the wrong information that's being presented and to show you what the truth is, I have to look at this stuff.
Wasn't Elon Musk really tight with J.D. Vance? Didn't they have a relationship prior because of their tech backgrounds? And I'm wondering, with him, he's also tight. Elon Musk is tight with Don Jr. too. So I don't know. Did he?
But could you also help
this?
spread
Is he
misinformation?
breaking up with
No.
everybody he knows there?
It's unclear how much thought went into this ahead of time, but we are not hearing any Republicans come out to say we are with Elon Musk. Even the Republicans who were with him at a couple days ago when he started saying we need the big, beautiful bill to be smaller. And if anything, some of the top folks around here that you talk to, it seems like this actually helps the big, beautiful bill, because if lawmakers, elected Republicans, have to pick a side between Elon Musk, who wants the bill smaller and killed in its current form, or Donald Trump, who wants it through, most of the people in elected Washington are going to go with Donald Trump.
Yeah, everybody not named Rand Paul and Tom Massey.
Right.
Yep. Thanks so much, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. Elon, this is what Caroline Levitt said. Elon can speak for his companies as a businessman, but President Trump has the responsibility to fight for our country. Ted Cruz was on last night. He said it's unfortunate. They're both extraordinary men. He said Elon's an incredible business leader and businessman, and Trump's phenomenal. Works daily, pulling this country back from the abyss. He said they're both great leaders. When they were together, they were better for the country. And Elon was right. He said we need to make the bill better. We need to make more cuts. And he said in the Senate, they will definitely be doing that.
They're still together. This is just a fight. Grown men fight. We don't get to see it publicly sometimes. Yeah, they should have handled this behind closed doors, but there's just no alternative. What is Elon going to do? Go become a Democrat? Going to start a third party? That's not going to happen. He is our George Soros, and Donald Trump is the right Barack Obama. And the president.
Wait, what? Hey, yo, what? Wait, what? He's not wrong. Wait, I'm sorry. I just got whiplash. What? That's me. I say that. That's my job. Why is he saying that? Oh my God. Republicans are so fucking polarized already. They're so partisan that it doesn't matter. You can just invoke the name of George Soros, but as a positive, and invoke the name of Obama, but as a positive. That's crazy. That's my take. I say Donald Trump is the white man's Barack Obama. I'm the one who says, look at these guys who constantly complain about George Soros. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is doing George Soros shit. And now they're saying it, but as a positive, what the hell?
And has a role. He has to get things passed. He has to bring the coalition together. He has to worry about the Senate as well as Congress, and has to keep the tent together, whereas Elon can put pressure from his standpoint of saying, I want this in the bill, but he doesn't have the responsibility of making sure it gets passed. He's used to having his company where he has the final say. The government doesn't work that way.
He spent $288 million for Republican causes. Tesla stock is down 14%. And the problem he has is Elon Musk is brilliant, but he's not popular. So every Democrat is against him now. And now Republicans are asked to make a choice between the most popular Republican and Elon Musk. He's not going to come out on top there. All he has is money, and he is brilliant. But Bill Ackman gave a lot of people hope when he put this out, and he got a response. He is a self-made billionaire and a friend of both men. He said, I support Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and they should make peace for the benefit of the great country. We are much stronger together than apart. And then Musk came right back with this. You're not wrong. That beats you're on Epstein's list.
They'll definitely make peace. Donald Trump has had feuds with a lot of other people, a lot of Republicans.
Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance. I mean, pretty much his whole cabinet.
Ted Cruz, remember?
Exactly.
And they came back together. Yeah, they need each other.
Yeah, they come back together when the other side kisses the ring. The problem here is Elon also has a God complex, just like Donald Trump does. And because of that, he doesn't want to kiss the ring. He truly thinks he is like directly responsible for Trump's victory. And to a certain degree, Elon Musk did play a role, not because he was like a uniquely charismatic person, but because he bought Twitter and pumped an endless amount of money and an endless amount of right-wing misinformation to flood the market. For sure, that played a role. But I think the problem here is Elon Musk thinks his charisma, his individual charisma, allowed Donald Trump to win because he's crazy. He's out of his fucking mind. Elon Musk, I think, legitimately believes the bullshit. Like, he tweaked the algo so that everyone has to see his dick riders. And then he started believing that he actually was a uniquely charismatic individual. I think he's always thought that he was a uniquely charismatic individual, if we're being honest, but like, that's what's going on right now. He miscalculated, which is a routine occurrence for Elon. Here's some spectacular Republican cope, by the way. We're doing Hogwatch, obviously. Exactly. Friends disagree. Friends fight. Friends need a break from each other. Friends let each other blow smoke. Friends remain friends. It is called adulthood. Please call him. You two are adults. This should not be a public argument. This is not okay. Work this out privately. Bring him back into the fold. You two are friends. Don't throw that away. And then Jack Posobiec with the greatest hit. Some of y'all can't handle two high agency males going at it, and it really shows. This is direct communication, phallocentric versus indirect communication, gynocentric. I understand you aren't used to it. And wokeness, also Jack Posobiec. X is not real life, did not age well. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are trolling 100. I wouldn't be surprised if they were sitting side by side, posting. Dinesh D'Souza. Is this some sort of perverse scheme to force the release of the Epstein files? How great it would be to have a horde of bad guys publicly exposed. Then Trump and Elon break out the champagne. Elon says, told you I could get the Democrats to scream for that list. Laughter. I don't even want to call this nuclear grade copium, okay? Because I think this is a different thing. Copium is wishful thinking. This is fan fiction. This is parasocial activity. This is delusion. This is schizophrenia. Like, there needs to be a different word for what is unfolding here. This is a demonstration of mental illness, okay? Like, this is the type of shit you do when you're a teenager and you write a Wattpad fanfic, okay? Except Dinesh D'Souza is like a full-grown adult. What the fuck is going on? They've lost their dang minds. I mean, they have a long time ago, but it's really funny that they're looking at this back and forth. They're looking at this back and forth and they're like, oh, there's got to be a different way. There's got to be a different reason. I think the reason why they're having this issue is because Elon is a major funder of Republican interests. Elon is seen as like a hero for the online right, especially. because of the floodgates of neo-Nazi sentiment that he opened up with the purchase of Twitter. Okay. But also, they're firmly invested in the Trump cult. So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And depending on how much more clout or how much more money they can possibly get from either side, that's how you know people, that's where you see people take a side, like the Asmongols of the world or the Alex Joneses of the world. Here's Cat Turd speaking out on Alex Jones being a great betrayer. Okay? What a piece of shit Alex Jones turned out to be. What a fucking fraud. He's literally implying here that Trump is a pedo. He's been silent all day while Trump has been viciously attacked with lies. I used to respect Alex Jones, but now he's just a piece of shit fraud. What a fucking sellout. Because Alex Jones posted, Trump needs to respond ASAP. I noticed he did not take questions at his public meeting today. But of course, friends get together and turn around and make up. Alex Jones says, I've investigated Trump for 10 years, looking into any connection to Epstein crimes and found zero evidence. FYI, I've been a fan of Alex Jones as long as I can remember. Tensions were high yesterday, and when I read his tweet that I lashed out on, I was thinking it was him saying Trump was guilty because he hadn't responded yet. I listened to Alex later explain that he was just trying to urge Trump to get in front of it. And as this tweet says, he doesn't believe Trump has any connection to Epstein's. Then it was me personally he called a cult member, lol. Alex has been fighting the good fight for a long time. I hold no ill will towards him. For my part, I shouldn't have lashed out so quickly. Hopefully this will end the matter so we can all get back to fighting to save this country. Save this country? You're a 60-year-old man who, in moments where he's not killing his fucking domesticated animals, is tweeting about, I don't know, farting and how much you love Donald Trump. How are you saving the country this way? I'm saving the country. How? By posting 9gag memes. God damn, these people are so fucking stupid. This is the way. More of this. Can confirm that CatTurd2 privately reached out to me yesterday about a few of my tweets and offered to personally get on a phone call with me to share his point of view. This is how you handle disagreement among friends. And then, of course, like they're fantasizing about like AOC being upset that Elon won't become a major donor to the fucking Dems or something. It's just, it's all made up. They would rather live in fantasy land than to, even for a fucking moment, recognize the truth that's in front of them. I guess it's more fun to live that way. What the fuck, man? Hog talk? That's true. That is what's going on. Everyone is so sad. Tensions are high.
Needed Trump. Trump, helped Ted Cruz get over the finish line for his Senate race, and then Ted Cruz.
What is this? I gave you everything, yet your heart still belongs to another. Okay, this is a TikToker making fun of the way Republicans are reacting to this. But can you tell me if there is anything different than the average Republican reacting to this breakup? Like, this is literally old man Yowie. They unironically, like 65-year-old HVAC business owners are unironically behaving as though they are like K-pop stans or like anime stans that are like 15 years old that ship their favorite characters in Toxic Yowie And now the breakup is imminent, you know? Loss. Oh no. Classic. Surprisingly diplomatic approach. Oh yeah, I saw this. I love you, but please turn her off your phone or give me a call. I cannot support hate. Please stop this. I know this isn't your heart. Elon. Grok, is this real? Oh my God. Every fucking blue check mark. No, this is Grimes posting. You're just jealous because the Dems got zero interest in drama. We got Cuck Schumer. This image in and of itself, I think, shows the relationship between the two, if we're being real. Vivian responded.
I do not want to comment.
Oh, yeah. She said, I love being proven right. That's it.
Do not want to comment.
Trump's been through 2 big breakups in the polycule this month. Lay off. Oh.
Cruz honored him in return by supporting him during his campaigns. So we've seen this before. I think they will make truce.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Here's
really
the
This is Drake and Kendrick. Bakari Sellers on the Trump versus Musk battle. Oh, no. This is Drake versus Drake. No Kendrick involved. God damn. Mike Lee. Okay, one last thing I have to talk about before we get to Kilmar Berger Garcia and all this other stuff that's popping off. Here's Kash Patel sweating on Joe Rogan. We're obviously going to talk about that as well. Is Peter Schiff. Okay. He had a banger response here where you ask yourself, like, why did chief economist and global strategist of Europac.com, chairman of SchiffGold.com, founder of SchiffSovereign.com, host of SchiffRadio.com, and best-selling author Peter Schiff revealed this incredible information that no one asked for? Let's take a look. Mike Lee, based Mike Lee, okay, says, leave NATO, reunite Trump and Musk. This is the way. Cat Dirt says, I love you, Mike. The Elon called Trump a pedophile. There's literally no coming back from that ever. To which Peter Schiff responded with, FYI, pedophiles are attracted to prepubescent girls and boys. I'm not defending Epstein, but he had sex with teenage girls, 14 to 17, that had physically developed sexually. They were underage, so criminal and immoral, but that does not make him a pedophile. To which a Republican responded, Diligent Denizen responded with, that's literally the definition. They were children, physically, mentally, and legally. Might want to rethink this post. Horrible look. To which Peter Schiff responded with, prepubescent. To which Diligent Denizen responded with, at Grok, if they're not adults, are they children? To which Grok responded with, legally, anyone under the age of 18 is generally considered a child in the U.S. So Jeffrey Epstein's victims, aged 11 to 17, were children. Clinically, pedophilia involves attraction to prepubescent children under 13. And since many victims were teenagers, Epstein's actions may align more with hebephilia. However, his crimes constituted child sexual abuse as they involved minors below the age of consent. Because Grok also does the actually it's hebephilia line, which is incredible. Anyway, the debate over labeling him a pedophile reflects differing clinical and common uses of the term, but his actions are undeniably criminal and harmful. Okay? Peter Schiff retaliated to that with his epic salvo, which was, I'm not saying it wasn't a crime. I'm just saying it's not pedophilia. When I was in college, I had sex with underage girls. That doesn't make me a pedophile. But by your own admission, it makes you a criminal. What the fuck are you saying? Vay. Kırmızı sos ve cacık. Evet. Onu da ver, tamam. Bir de sarı biber. Relevant Gianmarco bit for this
And here's the
combo.
thing. And just hear me out for 1 second. Technically speaking, R. Kelly is not a pedophile. Just give me 1 second. I promise this goes away. Just hear me out. The term pedophile refers to people who are attracted to those that are prepubescent. Then there's something called a hebephile. That's people who are attracted to those in the early stages of puberty, like 11, 12, 13, 14. And then there's something called an ephebophile. That's people who are attracted to those in the later stages of puberty, like 15, 16, 17, 18. But I think the reason we don't make those distinctions is because it's very hard to explain the difference without sounding like a pedophile. And now here's the thing. And just hear me out for 1 second. Technically speaking, R. Kelly is not a pedophile. Just give me 1 second. I promise.
Okay. My joke on this always is, it's so insane to basically fucking be like, no, you don't understand. These are children I think are fuckable. Okay? Like, when people say, because everyone under the age of 18 is children, right? They're minors. And when people try to make this distinction, they're basically saying, no, you don't get it. These are children I think are fuckable. And that's fucking insane to say. Why are you fucking volunteering this information? You're gross. You're a psycho. Why is there a tier list of what kind of children you think are fuckable, man?
Well, the dumbass Democrats have fallen for something again. Elon and Trump have clearly manipulated every last one of you, and now you guys are demanding that the Epstein files be released. You took the bait. I mean, honestly, as soon as I saw that they were feuding, I thought, he could just be showing how dumb you guys are and how wishy-washy, flip around. Oh, we hate Elon. No, we love Elon. And you guys fell for it. Now you want those files released, and this guy, he's gonna be one of the first ones taken down, probably. His partner, she won't be far behind. I wonder if their daughter will be there. It's just gonna be very interesting how many are gonna be taken down from this. And remember, you guys posted this. Nix the bill and release the files immediately.
Okay. What do the Debras and Barbaras have to say when the files don't get released, though? And the very same QAnon loyalists that these people put in charge of the fucking FBI and in charge of the Department of Justice in general are now actively stating, oh, we can't release the files because reasons. Like, how do you contend with that reality? Now, as an outsider, okay, as an actual outsider and not a fucking partisan hack, I personally don't give a fuck if Bill Clinton was exposed for his deep, close, and personal association with Jeffrey Epstein. I want Bill Clinton to be exposed. But what I fail to gather here from the way that these people are commentating on this is how much the Republicans and elites on their side that they love, that they admire, are actually compromised in this process, which is precisely the reason why it's not getting fucking exposed. What the hell? I just don't think that the American government is going to spend all that time, effort to create a pedophile blackmail operation and then turn around and literally assassinate the guy that conducted it for them, and then just like reveal all of this classified information that puts them directly at odds. I just don't think it's happening. I don't think it goes down like that. You know?
Immediately. And I hope they do just that. I hope they air every last arrest that is made. I hope every one of your names are on here. And I hope everybody who voted for the left and stands behind it can finally open their fucking eyes.
Charlie Kirk put out a video. I proved that Trump was not on the Epstein list. Oh my God, it's fucking hilarious. All right.
Here's the problem.
Let's see
They
what this
both have a
dipshit had to say.
Trump's agenda is in the bill, and he wants to pass it. That's his point. Musk is not wrong about the national debt, and he deeply cares about this, and that's his point. So their goals are not mutually exclusive, which is, I think, the rub. And for all these Republicans out here who, like me, have really enjoyed this coalition, this partnership. I mean, I firmly believe that the relationship and the partnership they formed last year saved America and put us on a path to saving Western civilization. And now this puts that in jeopardy. And so it's not just about the daily policy quibbles, it's about the larger cultural things are at play. So I'm going to have some of this tonight and hope for better days and better skies tomorrow, because I still love them both, and I hate it when mom and dad are
Go
fighting.
ahead and take a sip, Bakari. I mean, Elon Musk is calling in his favors. Okay?
Yeah, I mean,
he spent $250 million on Donald Trump, and he is saying, I own you.
He spent about $300 million. And, you know, I think Scott did the best job you can possibly do of kind of getting yourself in this pretzel and figuring out the relationship between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Both of them, they just went for broke. I mean, this was Drake and Kendrick. I mean, that is what it was. It was nuclear. Drake is a rapper from Toronto, and Kendrick Lamar is from, and they had a beef. We'll talk about it on the commercial. So, I mean, it was that type of, we're going to go for broke. We're going to go at each other's throats. We're going to talk about the Epstein files. We're going to cut your subsidies. But I also don't want Democrats to get too excited. I mean, I think that you see people online and you see people in social media that are like saying, oh my God, this is the end of Donald Trump. This is the same person whose father was sued because he didn't rent to black folk. This is the same person who stiffed contractors. This is the same person who has 5 kids by 3 baby mamas. This is the same person. And the list goes on and on and on. Donald Trump has control over his base. Elon Musk is going to learn that the extent of his power is not what he thinks it is. Donald Trump wins this battle versus Elon Musk. This is just reality TV, and I think people need to get over it.
Well, I mean, he dropped some nuclear bombs today. He accused him of being in the Epstein files. He said that J.D. Vance should take over. Trump should be impeached, and J.D. Vance should take over. I mean, Elon is going for broke here.
So if Donald Trump, if the president was in the Epstein files, I think we can all agree they probably would have come out there in the Biden administration.
No, but you do realize he's in the Epstein files.
Well, in a way that Elon Musk is characterizing it, right?
No, he said, but you do realize he's in the Epstein files.
He's thrown the guy out of Mar-a-Lago like years ago.
But can you say that yes, Donald Trump had
I
a
haven't
relationship.
seen the Epstein files. Have you
But
seen the Epstein files?
but you know the logs. I've seen the logs. You know he's on the logs.
Might be on the logs, but
Well, the broader issue is that conservatives have been.
Who cares?
The reason Elon went there, is because he knows the conservatives are pissed about this and want them released, and he's saying this is the reason that they have not been released, even though Trump promised.
I don't buy it. I think if there was something material in there that related to the president, I think Joe Biden would have released it in the last administration. But we'll see. Maybe they'll come out and we'll find out.
No, he wouldn't have.
I don't think.
No, the fuck. No. No, he would not have. That's wrong. Because Democrats fucking suck. They wouldn't do that for two reasons. One, because Democrats themselves are compromised. And two, they have this like false sense of loyalty to institutions and defending power that the Republicans don't really care for necessarily, except they do in this circumstance because they're also, once again, compromised.
Any of us know.
We do know
the logs.
Well,
you don't know what's in it.
No, we know the logs.
But we don't know what's in it. So moving on.
What are you talking about?
When you want to go one step further, let's talk a little bit about. Let's talk a little bit about pork.
What you just said is not factually
Listening
accurate.
to you two argue about logs, by the way, is like the weirdest thing I've
But
ever heard in my
like-
entire life.
but
Can we
it's-
just
but-
move on?
Yeah, we're just moving on. So I firmly believe if there was something material in there, it would have come out.
Go ahead and
But
finish.
let's talk a little bit about pork, right? Elon Musk talks about the pork in this bill. Until it comes to the pork that Elon Musk cares about, the EV subsidies, right? So there's a lot going on here. The EV subsidies, his guy didn't end up running NASA. There's a lot of bad blood here. And I think a lot of this is just petty fighting. I think you're right. It's a lot of drama, a lot of petty fighting. But I think he's upset because he's not really getting what he wants. He can talk all he wants about the pork in the bill and how it's going to increase the debt and all of those fun things. But at the end of the day, if it were the EVs sitting in there, what would if the EV subsidies hadn't been taken out that the Biden administration put in, what reaction would he have to that?
It is a good question. I think there are a lot of facets to it. But speaking of that, okay, the government being so embroiled in Elon Musk's businesses, here's what Steve Bannon, a Trump ally, had to say. And Steve Bannon and Elon Musk do not get along, just in case you weren't aware of that. Listen.
Don't give me the entrepreneur stuff. Everything he's associated with is a government contract.
Yeah.
A government contract. You pull the government contracts, and we'll see how tough this guy is. And that's what she.
Oh my God. I'm going to watch the Summer Games Fest. Here, just link me the Summer Games Fest. Oh my fucking God.
From Lego
Here
bricks
you
to
go, dude.
puppets,
We're watching it.
zombies
Don't
to
worry.
Marvel heroes. This show has a little bit of everything, including, yes, some brand new game announcements. Gotta have some of those. Now, before we dive into the excitement, let's take a moment to recognize just how dynamic our industry has become. Here's a look at the top 10 selling new games on Steam so far in 2025 by units, according to Game Discover Co. Lots of great games. Now, the list includes beloved franchises, but sitting proudly at number one with over 13 million units sold since February is Repo, a groundbreaking indie game crafted by a passionate team of just 10 people at SemiWork in Uppsala, Sweden. And closely trailing it is Schedule 1 from TVGS, a solo developer in Australia. It's inspiring that these indie creations stand side by side with heavyweights like Monster Hunter Wilds and the Oblivion remake. Absolutely. Now let's also applaud Claire Obscure from Sandfall. Okay. They might get some nominations at the end of the year. We're not there yet, but it is a monumental achievement, earning the highest user Metacritic score ever recorded for a game, all from a team of under 30 developers who bravely stepped away from big publishers to forge their own path. One thing is clear. With digital distribution and engines like Unreal, today's most innovative projects increasingly emerge from outside the traditional publisher system. And that's something to celebrate. But with more than 18,000 games released on Steam just last year, more than double from 2020, the challenge now is discovery. And that's precisely why events like Summer Game Fest, our partner showcases happening all weekend long, and initiatives like the Steam Next Fest are so essential. These events help remarkable games, big and small, find their audiences. And hopefully, if you're watching this show, you'll discover your next favorite game. So, in that spirit, let's kick things off with a game from an independent studio who is thinking very big. In 2017, 4 developers broke away from AAA publishers to chart their own course. Today, they're a thriving independent studio of 30 creators. And what you're about to see is a powerful testament to what passion, freedom, and a small, dedicated team can achieve. Let's take a look at our first new game announcement.
You think you're the Harbinger. You might be.
Bloodborne 60 FPS. Finally coming to PC. Okay, this looks incredible. It all comes down to the fight mechanics, though, I assume. No more woke. Wait, guns? I don't know about that.
They'll worship you until you fail. Then what? You're no god, but neither are they.
Mortal Shell 2? I didn't even know that there was a Mortal Shell 1.
Didn't that look great? Well, we got lots more to come. But right now, the end, the Nexus War, Galactus Fight, or even live at Risky Reels. Over the years, Fortnite has innovated with mass-scale live in-game events. And tomorrow, Fortnite is set to do it again across console, PC, and phones. The Death Star's super laser is charged and ready to decimate the Battle Royale island. But there's still hope. You and your friends can join the fight. Here's the first exclusive look at what you'll be part of tomorrow in the brand new live event, Death Star Sabotage.
Bad feeling about this.
One of the funniest things that I encounter, I don't really care about this necessarily, but one of the funniest things I encounter in the chat is all the people that are demanding that I fucking watch the Summer Games Fest, only to then turn around and be like, you don't even care about games. Why are you watching Summer Games Fest even though I demanded you watch it? You never finished Elden Ring DLC. It's like, dude, what do you want?
Jonesy, all right. Right now, it
is that the reason why you wanted me to fucking turn this on so you could tell me I don't fucking game enough? Shut the fuck up, gamers. You are disgusting to me,
he pushes the gaming medium in bold new directions, and we are honored to have him with us for the first time at Summer Game Fest in person. Please, everyone, join me in welcoming the great Mr. Hideo Kojima.
Know your fucking place, gamers.
Aki, great to see you. Mr. Kojima, here we are. The world tour begins at Summer Game Fest. It's great to have you here. We are so excited for DS2. So let me ask you, Mr. Kojima, you've worked for many years on this project. What do you hope players take away from DS2 when they play it later this month?
DS1 が出た後にコロナになったので、
Well, we hit the pandemic after we released
僕ら皆さ
DS1.
ん、コロナを体験したと思うので、
Everyone experienced
コ
the
ロナを
pandemic.
体験した中での
So,
新しいつながりというか、
I wanted to
それをも
show
う一度ゲー
something
ムをプレイし
new
ながら、
connection
考えていただきたいと
after
思い
we
ます。
faced the pandemic. So I want everyone you to think about that when you play this game.
Okay, well, talking about playing the game, it's coming out later this month, but right now I know you prepared a special exclusive clip for SGF. Let's take a look at this.
はい、
What will he see? What will he future see now? Everything he's predicted, he's prophesized, has come about. At this point, it's like watching, it's like peering into what the future is going to look like. That's Snake.
Have a seat.
This is
Over
new
here,
gen
please.
Snake.
No smoking, please.
He is Italian.
So you are Neil Vana.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? For living?
I'm a porter.
So thank you. We're good for the day.
Okay. Thanks.
Neil.
What?
So you made it then.
Sorry.
You really don't remember me.
The girl. You're alive. Stop! Stop! Stop! Stop!
Oh my God.
So much mystery. Well, that was a clip from the game, a cutscene.
The
We saw
cutscenes are
first
gonna
glimpse of
be
Neil and
endless in this
Lucy, and
fucking
we
game.
Met them in the back of South by Southwest, but we got a little bit more of them here. Tell us a little bit more about this clip and the characters of Neil and Lucy.
DS2 で非常に重要な
In
キャラクターです。
It's a very important character.
ニールとルーシー。
Neil and
で、
Lucy.
ちょっと詳しくは言えませんけど。
I can't really say because there'll be spoilers.
手にカニ座の刻印が
You
2人ある。
saw the cancer mark on both of their
すごい
hands
深いつながりがあって、
So they have
これが
this
物語に
deep
大き
connection
く関わってきます。
and
で
reveals
前回
throughout the
クリ
story.
フっていう人気キャラクターがい
And
ま
last
したけ
time
ど、
on
マツさんがや
DS1,
って
we have Cliff,
で
who was
物
played
語
by
的には
Mats.
彼はもういなくな
And
った
of
の
course,
で、
by story,
2
you
では
know,
出
he
せ
will
ない。
not be in
で今回
DS2.
ニールっていうのがマ
But
ツ
this
さんの
time,
代わりというか、そ
Neil
の
will
同
be
じような
like
役割を担って
playing like the role that
登場
Mats
します。
did for DS2
で、
this
クリ
time.
フすごい人気あったので、
And Cliff was a very
クリ
popular
フを超えるようなキャラク
But
タ
I
ーを作ろう
think
として、ルカさん
we
にお
have
願
to
い
kind of
して、
like top that
結構いいキャ
character.
ラクター
So
にな
Luca
ったと思います。
Marinetti was a great
非
actor,
常に
and I
心
think
に残る演技もして
it
い
was
ただ
great.
きました
He did a great performance, so I think you'll like this new character,
も
Neil,
う
too.
20日後にゲーム出るんで、
Well, the game's going to be out in 20 days, so I'm not going to give any spoilers, you know. That's
I know.
what I brought today.
But there is more to share, and you won't have to wait very long to learn more about the game. Actually, this Sunday, as part of Summer Game Fest, you tune into the DS2 live game premiere, where Hideo will be joined by many members of the cast. He'll be sharing a new demo of the live gameplay demo alongside Elle Fanning and Troy Baker, and I'll be there hosting it. And let's just say this is not the last that you've seen of Neil this weekend, and we'll leave it at that.
Yes,
I'll show you the gameplay scene of Neil. So hope you enjoy. Will join us Sunday.
He's going to
too.
showcase all the actors,
all right,
I bet.
Thank you so much. Hideo Kojima, everyone. Great to see you, Mr.
All the
Kojima.
actors
Thank
are going to
you.
be on stage. He loves actors.
All right, and now I'd like to introduce my co-host for Summer Game Fest. She's along for the party, a veteran games journalist on GameSpot and the co-host of the Friends Per Second podcast. Please join me in welcoming the incredible Lucy James.
Whoa.
Thanks, Jeff, and hello, Summer Game Fest. I am so excited to be here this year. Thank you for having me. Now, we are honored to reveal an exciting new project from Raw Power Games, a new team headquartered in Copenhagen, Denmark. Here you can engage in intense combat, fight for land, glory, and legacy, and lead massive armies into epic scale battles, as narrated by actor Tom Hardy.
Thou shalt not kill. So the priests tell us. So the Lord commands. But ambitious men do not listen.
Okay, I'm already investing.
I sought no war.
Oh, this looks fucking insane! Wait, please, this isn't a strategy game, is it? Is this a strategy game?
I became like them. I took up the sword.
Wait, what's the name of the game?
I could win redemption through my deeds. But some paths, once taken, have only one ending. I shall find no peace.
Please, please, please, please tell me it's not strategy. Please tell me it's like Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Death.
It's a mobile game? What?
But that's just my story.
It is a strategy game.
Go write your own.
God damn it.
That was a very cool new project in a brutal European medieval world. Now it's time to hang on to the edge of tomorrow. Sonic Racing Crossworlds is a thrilling new entry in the legacy of racing action games within the Sonic franchise. Crossworlds brings other worlds and familiar faces to Sonic Racing, including surprise guest characters being revealed here at SGF for the first time.
I'm sorry, I will never agree with Sonic racing in a fucking cart as opposed to running, okay? Something about that does not make sense. It's an affront to God. Fuck, HasanAbi! 이지방 가수가
Time for me to win this.
Yeah, at best what they're supposed to do is make one of those
Coming in
Flintstone.
September, but that is not
At best what they're
all.
supposed to do is make one of those
We'd like to
Flintstone
introduce the man
style
behind
carts
the creation of everyone's
with
favorite
like
blue hedgehog,
Sonic's feet
Takashi
underneath it.
Iizuka.
and Sonic goes yabba dabba doo when he's running?
Thank you, Jeff.
Because otherwise it doesn't make
I'm
no
honored
dang
to be
sense.
here to talk about our latest Sonic Racing game. Sonic Racing Cross World is the next generation of the Sonic Racing series, developed by Sonic Team and the Sega Arcade Racing Team. You can feel brand new experience from the new future travel ring, which you can warp in the race. Also, unlike another kart racing game, this game will have online cross-platform matchmaking. So you can race against all of your friends across all of the platform. Lastly, I have one more thing I'd like to show everyone here today. Take a look inside of the travel ring.
Minecraft and Sonic. I guess you could say, you gotta go craft. Well, I gotta laugh. That's all I want. That's all I want. Next, we're excited to reveal a brand new action RPG from Bandai Namco Studios. Embark on a journey across a dark fantasy world and uncover a vast story that eclipses time.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Time. For some, it heals. For others, it wounds.
Okay, the anime face is crazy.
It promises only oblivion. Our hopes lost long ago. But you have the power to change all of this.
Oh my god, the anime face. Oh, dude, what the fuck?
If time were a weapon to wield,
that's way too much anime, dude. Okay, you gotta dial back the anime, man.
Of ruin. In this time,
I say this as someone who loves anime. They slid the anime slider all the way. They maxed it out.
Save us all.
As someone who's a major fucking Soulsborne advocate, as you guys know, that meta is on the verge of being way too overrepresented. It's like sandbox. It's like sandbox games. Like the last 5 to 6 years were just like heavily dominated by dog shit sandbox games. There is oversaturation happening with the Soulsborne meta as well. I'm not scared. I'm a big boy, dude. You got to play this one. You owe us a scary game. I'll play a scary game.
That was a very moody, cool new game. That was End of Abyss, the debut title from Malmo, Sweden-based Section 9 Interactive, an atmospheric action-adventure game coming in 2026 to the Epic Games Store and consoles. Next, we'll step into the black and white world of rubber hose animation with Mouse PI for Hire, developed by first-time developer Fumi Games and published by PlaySide, releasing later this year. Here's a quick new look at the game and the reveal of a familiar voice.
There's something rotten at the heart of Mouseburg.
Crooks beware. Detective Pepper's in the house.
There are those who would bend the city to their will.
Dumb wise guys and fake cheese wheels.
And those who do anything to save it.
They won't even know what hit them. Oh boy. Here we go.
Another role for Troy Baker. All right, that's not all from PlaySide. Now comes the announcement of another ambitious project from this independent Australian developer. We've been talking to them for a while about this project, which builds on their recent launches of Kill Knight and Age of Darkness. But this takes things to a whole new level. It's a premium, real-time strategy game built for PC based on one of the most iconic fantasy franchises in the world. Any guesses? Let's take a look.
It was kind of repetitive. I thought that there would be a deeper exploration of a world where the USSR won. And I did not get that from the game at all. I played a little bit of the first game on stream. I played it a little bit off stream as well. I didn't really enjoy
That's
it as
right.
much.
Atomic Heart 2 is in active development at Munfish on Unreal Engine 5, a spiritual successor to the first game with a retro-futuristic world on a global scale. And this time there's a greater emphasis on RPG elements and player freedom. But that, believe it or not, is not all from Munfish today.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube. I can still barely believe
Atomic
it
Heart
myself.
3. The second game came out super
When it showed
fast.
up, I was in the lab.
Why not the
I
third
didn't even
game?
see it. You know, I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness. How did the whole of humanity miss it? And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself? What if it was always there, and we've only just started to see it?
Damn, they showed her panties. What the hell? This game is not woke. Ooh. Ooh, parkour. Sexy droids, not woke. Sexy droids, fuckable droids, not woke. Babushka. Sexy angel. Crotch shots. Not woke, not woke, not woke. Wait, what? The Cube Atomic Universe, what is this, a DLC for Atomic Heart?
Cute little guy. The Cube is yet another new project from Munfish, an MMORPG shooter set in the Atomic Universe on a massive levitating cube you can see there.
What kind of funding does this fucking these devs have? Did the first game pop off so hard that they were able to make a second one and a DLC? What is happening?
Retro beat 'em up coming to PC and consoles this holiday with multiplayer fun for up to 4 players. You can pick between 15 Marvel characters to play, but so far only 7 have been revealed. Well, now it's time to meet the next 2.
Wait, was the controversy that Monkfish is like a Russian studio or something? Is that what it was? Because I can't remember. They're funding the war initiative with their games, with their non-woke video games. Atomic Heart sold a lot in Asia, especially China? Huh. Interesting. Okay.
This isn't hell. Oh my world. What is this place?
What? For a second, I know it's Onimusha, but for a second I was like, Sekiro? Wolf?
Not enough. I need more. Pick your battle, piggy.
Musashi! We both want the same thing, Musashi. But there's only room for one at the top. And it won't be a coward who runs from jewels. Words never did work between us, did they? Sasaki Ganyu.
Oh, dude, Honey's in this too. Let's go. We're up.
That was a new look at Onimusha Way of the Sword, which we announced back in December at the TGAs. It is coming in 2026 and will be playable this summer at Gamescom. Now let's completely
Onimusha
switch
predates
gears.
Dark Souls,
You
by the
guys
way.
all know I love my puppets. And this next
Onimusha
project
is not
one
a
I've been
fucking
tracking for a few
Soulsborne
years. As a
copy.
team at
Chatters who
Sound
don't
Spring
know your
Studios is
gaming
using
history.
Unreal Engine 5 to create an insane digital puppeteering pipeline. It's actually a thing. What you're about to see is running completely in real time in Unreal, and I cannot wait to play it. Here is an unexpected new game announcement that combines comedic storytelling and arcade fighting action. Check this out.
Fuzzy, the tournament of a million punches, you'll get yourself killed!
Sekiro's on special right now. I've never played it. Should I? Yes, it's one of the greatest games ever made.
Shit. Show me what you got.
It's still my Elden Ring might be my number one, but it's a close number two.
Why are you
best
even here?
Soulsborne game.
Don't waste my time.
Save us, Fuzzy, or we'll die!
I haven't been able to make up my mind on whether Muppets are woke or not, and therefore I will be reserving my judgment.
Boy. Eat bread, crap, burnt toast, carb load. This meat ain't gonna beat itself. I've been taking dumps in there all day. Jeff.
Super fun. Got to wish list that, right? All right, well, next it's time to see the announcement of a brand new game in Deception We Trust.
An ancient white castle deep in the mountains, lost to time and legend. Only the chosen find their way here. Gathered from every corner of the earth, divided yet bound. Wolves and lambs. Engaged in a perilous dance of wits, a game where truth is but a shadow. Enough theatrics, I'll get to the point. Killer Inn is a murder mystery action game. The killers lurk elusively in plain sight. Kill someone and a clue will remain. Hair, fingerprints, blood, clothes. The lambs scramble to find clues.
What do they call this? Friend slop?
The culprits, Who is guilty will eventually come to light. Wolves win by killing every lamb. Lambs win by rooting out every wolf.
Friend slop.
Such simple rules. But there's so much more to this game of murderous mystery. Complete quests to level up. Buy items with the gold you earn. Loot chests for weapons and armor. Steal items, blow up opponents. Poison
Among
others,
Us.
place traps. Discover one of your own is a wolf. Is killing not to your taste? Then you'd better escape the castle. Now the paths to victory are clear. You would do well to remember, deceit and deduction are your strongest weapons in this game of life or death.
I mean, it's, what is it?
Your
Town of
invitation
Salem or whatever? There's so many
awaits.
different versions of this. It's made for Twitch
That
streamers
was
in
Killer
mind.
Inn, a 24-player multiplayer game from Square Enix where you compete in a game of life or death using
Amogus.
social deduction skills to win. All right, it's hard to believe this next game was first announced at TGA in 2021. And though it's been a while, their recent tech tests prove that some things are definitely worth the wait. I'm of course talking about Arc Raiders. This is one of the most anticipated games of the year, and we're excited to share a new trailer which will tell you more about the mysteries surrounding the world of Speranza and the long-awaited launch date.
Isn't it supposed to shadow drop today?
From Embark Studios, here's the world premiere of the release date trailer for Arc Raiders.
Yeah, it is. Will I like Arc Raid? No, because it's woke, dude. It's because it's woke, dude. It's woke.
Breathe. Let your body settle into a slower rhythm.
It's woke raid traders.
Clear your
But
mind
traders
of all
like
distractions.
T-R-A-I
You don't have to walk this path
T-O-R.
alone.
Traitor.
Surround yourself
What's
with
Asmishah saying? There's a
resourceful
black woman
friends.
prominently featured. What do you think they're fucking saying?
Here, you are in control.
Here, let's see. I have to go offline, or not offline, fucking. I'm banned in his chat. Yeah, DEI, slop, DEI.
That's right, everyone. Arc Raiders is coming October 30th, 2025 for PC and console. Congrats to Embark Studios. All right, Dune fans, now you can finally step onto the world of Arrakis yourself. Dune Awakening combines the survival and MMO genres with a thrilling cinematic story. It arrives on PC in just a few days on June 10th, but you can play it right now in Steam Advanced Access.
Why are you banned in his
Here
chat?
is a
Why the
brand new
fuck
look.
do you think? I'm his number one op, chatter. I'm the number one enemy of gamers, dude. Gamers, capital G, hard R gamers. They fucking hate my ass. Is he banned here? No, I don't give a shit. People were saying Dune is a little bit underwhelming. Is that true? Like it's like Rust almost. It's too focused on survival elements. No, I love the Dune movie. DEI shit. Slop game. DEI game of the year? I actually don't understand. Like, this looks super PvP focused. So I don't understand. From everything I've heard of the game, it's like very PvE. But the game itself is being sold as like an MMORPG that's like, I mean, this trailer makes it seem like it's like a PvP focused MMORPG set in the Dune universe.
I saw my world fall to ash, consumed by the void. Try as I might to quell their advance. 'Twas all for naught. Some say time stops for no one. Neither man nor God, living nor dead.
Okay, those sequences, a lot of these sequences look very Souls-like. I'm not going to say this is a Souls copy.
Turn back the hands of fate. To save what remains of our broken world.
Gamers now call Souls games roll slop. Roll slop. From friend slop to roll slop.
Where your journey awaits.
Every hero's tale begins with a trial. But the true lead of this story has yet to emerge. Whatever's coming next cannot be easy.
I will never forget my cause.
What is more compelling?
Oh my god. Fucking weebs, dude. Get over yourself. Weebs!
Filling that
Look,
dark tower with light.
everyone is freaking out. Based. Good. Ayaya. Boobs. Bingo. Are you happy with yourselves? Weebs, this is the one thing that aligns you with that Asmon Gold slop.
People here despise weakness, worship strength, and crave glory.
You see gotcha, and you go awooga. Bunch of you lucked into good politics, otherwise you would have been fucking tectone, you know what I mean? Looking holy, looking holy.
Such a tiny nuisance.
Weeb slop, roll slop, and what was the other one? Friend slop.
And don't come back.
That's Mio, Memories in Orbit, a stunning new Metroidvania platformer that has a demo on Steam you can play right now as part of Next Fest. What you're about to see next is a stop-motion co-op platformer where everything has been crafted by hand. It's called Out of Words, and I'm honored to show it to you today.
What the hell? No shot. They made a video game with stop motion? Ain't no way. Oh, they're gonna call this woke. Interesting DEI, I'm sure. Interesting game. I would probably like it, but it seems like everyone around me is going to be fucking reactionary about it. So I'll preface it by saying it's probably DEI.
You see, we can't.
Come on, follow me.
What a really unique and different game. This August signals the release of Mafia: The Old Country, the next entry in the acclaimed Mafia franchise from the team at Hangar 13. It's a gritty mob story set in the brutal underworld of 1900 Sicily. Here is the Summer Game Fest trailer.
Betrayal burns because it can only
Oh
come
shit.
from someone close.
Finally.
An enemy
Sicilians, DEI. I'll play the fuck. I'll play this. I'll play this. I'll definitely play this.
Sono Enzo. I work here.
Oh, I love
My
Italiophobia
friend.
so much.
My family. My beautiful daughter, Isabella.
Don Torrisi looks out for people around here. Sometimes the client is feeling less than cooperative and we need to, teach them a
Oh,
lesson.
marron. Oh, I'm gonna do an accent the entire
Remind them
time.
of their obligations.
Oh my god.
Between us and
Oh, mamma mia.
Spadaro,
You know.
where I come from, commitment
You know,
means everything.
it is gonna be an accent
If this is how he
slop.
wants it, this is how it'll be.
The Don's noticed your
Italiano.
answer. This is an opportunity.
Do you wish to commit to this family?
It's a me.
Hands off! We can't let them get away!
And look at the
When
hat.
Isabella became involved,
What are you, Automan?
became our business.
Piggy Puttana!
Yo, this looks
It's
sick.
family. Loyalty is everything.
We do not always get to choose what we do.
We can choose who we are.
This looks fucking sick. Dude, almost like a Red
And who are
Dead
you,
style game,
Enzo?
but placed in a setting like this. Fucking amazing. Placed in Sicily? I love that.
And if you thought that guy was a stud, just wait till you see this next game. LEGO Voyagers captures the creative, hands-on spirit of classic LEGO play and will also support a Friends Pass, just like Split Fiction. Here's the first ever look.
Brick slop? No, you can't say slop after everything. Okay, calm down. This looks actually sick. This looks amazing. What was a game that I played that was similar to this? It's like a puzzle game, but Katamari Legacy. Oh, Pico Park. Yeah, kind of. Katamari Legacy. It's cozy. I like it. I like it a lot. I talk shit at first.
Hello, Summer Game Fest. I'm Carolyn
Woke,
Lawrence,
woke.
voice actor for a few familiar
Woke.
faces you might have grown up with on Nickelodeon. Some with squirrel suits, thank you. Some with science smarts, and some with serious
Zekrar, play with
attitude.
Hasan. Play with
Nickelodeon
Hasan.
has always been about wild worlds and weirder characters. And while I
DI,
mostly swore to
Karen,
secrecy
Karen,
today,
DI. Oh my God.
I am thrilled to have a hand in revealing something that brings a lot of those characters together like never before. I hope you enjoy the first look at Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny. Yee-haw!
Bro, that's crazy. Like, she's the voice actor for Sandy. What's wild is like these people just like hate women. It's so crazy how much like disdain they have for women.
Brave and wise and powerful and ridiculously handsome wizard would call upon his magic powers to summon the most ferocious, most awesome, most totally radical team of adventurers the land had ever seen. They alone would be able to...
He's doing the Donald Trump dance! SpongeBob is doing the Donald Trump dance! Oh my god, SpongeBob is no longer woke! Oh my god, SpongeBob is pro-Trump! Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's been almost 2 years since players first stepped into the role of Geppetto's puppet to save the city of Krat from disease and puppet frenzy in Lies of P. Overture is a DLC expansion to Lies of P that transports players back in time with new characters, environments, and of course, imposing enemies and bosses. Here's the exclusive new look.
That was Nostalgia Slob. Whoa. Everyone said Liza P I can't even talk. Everyone said Liza P looked really good and played really well. And I never ended up playing it after the demo.
Yes, that's right. Overture is available today across all platforms to play, so enjoy it this weekend.
Oh,
all right,
shit.
Next up, the small video game publisher Serenity Forge, based in Boulder, Colorado, shared this game with me a few months back with a DM that said, Doki Doki Literature Club meets Silent Hill. That piqued my interest. I think you might get a kick out of this announcement.
Doki Doki Literature Club.
I sit at the front of the dinner table.
Horror slop.
5 plates full.
I don't like this. I'm scared.
Plates of tomatoes. Plates of hay. Plates of angels. Plates of her legs. Beautiful. Broken. Plates of flowers. Plates and plates.
I don't like this multiple voices. It's already making me feel some type of way.
Is lush and green, and everything's focused. Dinner's ready. There's a hunger that feeds and blooms, and I will feed, and I will bloom.
Spooks. Okay, we gotta stop calling everything slop.
I wouldn't recommend eating those tomatoes. All right, NCSoft is expanding its Blade and Soul universe. Let's take a look at the rich lore and dynamic action in Blade and Soul Neo, just out on Steam, and Blade and Soul Heroes coming soon.
Let him have it, Chad. Let the weebs have their things. I don't know. This hasn't been super fucking weeb heavy this time around. Normally, these kinds of rollouts are so entirely weeb infested that I just can't stand it. But it's been a couple weeb things. Let the gooners have their gotcha. Let the gooners goon a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm so depressed with the games events this week. Not even hint or one mention of a remaster of a remake of the remake of Last of Us 2. I'm fucking starving here, man. Yeah, we need more RTX, dude. What the fuck? What? Nani? Saitama Senpai! Look how quickly you turn. Okay. Good thing I started out by saying there's not that many weeb fucking games. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. Seven Deadly Mids. Seven Deadly Sins might be one of the most openly pedo anime ever made. I've never watched it. Is it actually? I don't know. Pedo game, by the way. I mean, it's unsurprising. Seven Deadly Sins. One of the sins is pedophilia, except it's not a sin.
5.6 is available today.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4.
Human Creator is now fully integrated into Unreal Engine.
You're seeing me live in real time.
Squid Game will be coming to UEFN.
It started with an epic mega grant, and it's now a serious contender for Game of the Year.
That Mongil Star Dive will be exclusively on the Epic Game Store.
Unreal slob.
Find a way.
Okay, calm down. I didn't watch I watched pieces of the Witcher 4 demo, and it looked insane.
We altered the course of nature.
It looked spectacular.
Unleashed
I'm so fucking
genetic
stoked
power
for it.
Across continents. Now it is up to us to nurture what we have set free.
Wait,
to find
Roller Coaster Tycoon Jurassic Park Edition?
Chaos. Well, to help life find a way.
Isn't the entire point of Jurassic Park to warn that we must not create a Jurassic Park? Oh my God, it literally is. It's Roller Coaster Tycoon Jurassic Park Edition. Yeah, Zoo Tycoon, not Roller Coaster Tycoon, whatever. I played those games.
Hi, I'm Celia from Yacht Club Games.
10 years ago, we broke new ground with our first game, Shovel Knight. Today, I'm thrilled to share a world premiere look at our next IP, Mina the Hollower.
They say looking if they
Mina
find
continues our
the female character
traditions
attractive.
of refining retro gameplay for a new generation. It's a bone-chilling adventure that it blends intense combat, free roaming exploration, and precise platforming. As Mina, a whip-wielding hollower, you'll burrow through danger and unravel the mysteries of a cursed island. A decade ago, we unearthed a groundbreaking legend. This year, we're bringing our next bona fide classic.
That's crazy. Pixel games. I'm not saying nothing. To each their own, to each their own. I just don't fuck with pixelated games at this point in 2025. It doesn't do it for me.
All right, this is a special one. Our next game comes from a well-known developer that has done, yeah. Oh, Kyle Bossman, everyone. Final Bossman, all right, well, let me see what this says. Hey, Jeffy, if you're reading this, it means 3 things. Number 1, you're killing it at the fest with your oodles of totally natural charisma. Debatable. B, I'm at your house playing long darts with the fam. And 3, you're gonna do me a solid and skip that Silk Song trailer so you can pimp my revolutionary VR gaming venture that will shock the industry probably. A wet one on the lips, comma, Wade. All right, let's take a look.
Ooh, Red Band trailer. Hell yeah. Handcrafted with cuddles by the Merc with a MetaQuest. Kick back and bask in the glory of gaming's first quintuple A tropical farming sim experience.
What?
Oh, hi, new friend. Oh, yeah! Escape the turd burger of late-stage capitalism and enter a world of VR magic and wonder. You'll care for exotic pets, the elderly, and this fucking thing with hip-hop Satan. Oh, hi, don't worry, he's a fascist. He deserves this big time. This guy is a total dick. What the hell?
Dude, I can't stand this like self-referential anti-capitalist messaging coming from a fucking MetaQuest game. Like,
who got the lobotomy with fries? All your dreams of being inside me come true in VR.
Everything is commodified.
Spider-Man gets Insomniac, and I get this shit? I'm craving Korean barbecue now. Is that weird? Whoa!
With Neil Patrick Harris as Deadpool, all right. Last year at Gamescom, we announced Dying Light the Beast, the culmination of a decade of Techland's experience building survival horror games. Kyle Crane is back as the player character in this title that blends open world and action survival horror. Let's take a look at the latest trailer with some big news, the release date.
They couldn't even get Ryan. Okay, they got Neil Patrick Harris, though. Neil Patrick Harris is also the GOAT.
What can you tell me about the Baron?
He's a narcissistic sociopath. He's experimenting on humans like they're lab rats. God only knows what the Baron's planning to do with those monsters.
People hate Neil Patrick Harris? What the fuck? This looks sick. Is this Dying Light? If it's not, why is it not in Turkey
how high
again?
his walls are, or how big his army is. That fucker will pay for what he did to me. All the years he took from me, all the agony he put me through.
You want revenge?
Damn right I do!
Erdogan said no more Dying Light in Turkey.
E&F is an old chemical factory south of the city. The Baron's men operate out of there.
Then I'll go there.
Apparently, Neil Patrick Harris has been canceled. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I apologize for my transgressions. I will never, ever
There's
again.
the big news. Dying Light the Beast is coming on August 22nd.
I don't fucking know what he did. Apparently, he did an
This
Amy
next game
Winehouse-related
draws
thing.
inspiration from classic coming-of-age films to capture the highs and lows of adolescence, the bonds of friendship, and the nostalgia of growing up. Mixtape comes from Beethoven and Dinosaur, an Annapurna Interactive, and this is your exclusive new look at this game that plays like a love letter to teenage memories.
What are we doing?
Woke, D-I, D-I, woke, woke, D-I, D-I, D-I, woke, woken D-I, D-I, and woke, woken gay D-I, woke slop.
Get out of this place.
At the end of an era, when everything's about to change, it's time to look back on your
D-I,
greatest
hard
hits.
pass. Stranger Things but worse.
Mom, who is it?
One moment. It's the pigs, darling.
Shit!
Whoa!
This year, experience a retrospective like no other. Beethoven and Dinosaur invites
that
you
was
to
cool.
relive the teenage
We
ride.
used to be a country. There was a fine tradition of calling cops pigs back in the day, and that's gone away, and I don't like that.
And with a soundtrack this good, it's gonna be one hell of a night. And The Cure. I love The Cure. Experience it for yourself. Mixtape. Nothing but the hits.
I trust you have seen it. A beautiful world where harmony reigns. Will you struggle until your last fleeting moment? Your destinies are sealed. There is no escaping them.
That is why we must end you. Right here and now.
On your guard.
This
Dude.
is gorgeous.
Dude.
Take this.
I feel like they've showcased 11 of these games so far, and if you were to put a gun to my head and distinguish between them, I would die. I'd say pull the trigger. There's no way.
Savor each moment.
Am I crazy? Am I old? I might be old, but every single one of these fucking games looks exactly the same to me.
Are you with me? We will live on in this world. No matter what hardships await. We fight for a future filled with hope.
Like, the only distinguishing factor here is that their cutscenes look cool because they're actually drawn. But the gameplay looks
Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree.
virtually the same. This is like the We But Hades version.
A beautiful game. That was the global announcement of Toa, a new roguelike from Bandai Namco and developer Brownies, a game drawing from classic Japanese art with a whimsical spin on Eastern mysticism. Next, we want to introduce you to a game made by a first-time solo developer in Bandung, Indonesia. With the help of 9 of his friends, he's built an intense action beat-em-up with brutal hand-to-hand combat set in his hometown. This is Acts of Blood.
Okay. Okay. Wait a minute.
They left me with nothing. No justice. No peace.
Oh, this is gonna fucking bang. This is going... Dude, this is literally... What's the name? Is it Compound or whatever? The movie?
Kill them all.
Raid. The raid? Okay, this looks fire. This looks fire. Hopefully it's not as hard as Sifu. Okay, this looks dope. This looks dope. Hopefully not repetitive.
Bad dot line.
Interesting.
Amazing what these solo devs can do today. Now it is time for the reveal of the next game from Montreal-based Tribute Games, the makers of TMNT Shredder's Revenge and Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which you saw a little bit earlier. If you're like me, you've been waiting for more than a decade for this reveal.
Indonesia on top. The vegans, the robots, the demons. Wow, it's Half-Life 3. Chat, it's Half-Life 3. They're announcing it. This is it. Everyone's losing their minds. Ew, Toronto DEI. Yeah, it's not Scott Pilgrim. It's Half-Life 3. Oh, never mind. They no longer think it's DEI because they realize it's Scott Pilgrim. Never mind. Some of them still say it's garbage.
Scott Pilgrim is back with his fists flying in a brand new brawling adventure in EX. You'll battle through space-time and the streets of my hometown of Toronto with Scott, Ramona, and 5 of their former rivals in this online 4-player co-op adventure with a story written by Scott Pilgrim creator Brian Lee O'Malley. All right, we're going to be right back. But first, we have a very special message from Maggie Robertson, TGA winner in 2021 for her performance in Resident Evil Village.
Ah, there you are. Wait long. We've been preparing delightful ways to make you suffer. So enter the village if you dare. We've slashed the price to be lower than ever for you simple little man things.
Mama!
Still thirsty? Worry not, you ungrateful wretch. There's plenty more fun to go around. Now cease this foolishness and make your decision wisely.
You're pushing 60? Yeah, so is your mom. So it's age appropriate when we fuck. Check the other chat, not DEI chat. There's ass. There's ass. Bro, if the dudes look brolic and sexy in the armor and the women look scantily clad with the armor, then it's not DEI. If a 40-year-old man living in his mother's basement can masturbate to this ferociously, then it's not DEI. Someone also brought up something good. There's a grandfathered clause for DEI. If it's a DEI and woke game, but it's nostalgic. Team Fortress? Team Fortress 3?
Now, a glorious morning has dawned on something that's simply harder. Scum.
Is this comical Rust meets zombies? What the fuck?
Your hard just got harder.
Scum is more akin to Daisy. I never play Scum. The first game was mega garbage. James Bond again. Boned.
What are you doing here?
Come with me.
Yeah.
At first, I thought it was just broken synapses on my head. Keep your lens feed on.
Yeah, no, this is the new GTA, but Cyberpunk GTA, right? Mind's Eye or whatever.
I've been seeing things. Like a part of me that's been buried down deep feels like it's just knocking to get out.
Dude, if this game is actually good, I will be shocked. Everything I've seen about this game looks like hot garbanzo.
Diaz.
There's just something so like... There's something so generic about it. Like, it screams PlayStation 2 release. I hope it's not, and I hope it'll be good. But for some reason, it reminds me of a type of game that they don't make anymore, like a PlayStation 2 era game that they would churn out, and you would play and forget about it.
Hi everyone, I'm HasanAbi, CEO of ELONxTRUMP. We can't wait for you to discover Mindside when it launches on June the 10th from Builder Rocket Boy and IO Partners. And yes, you may have noticed Agent 47 will be contracted for a very special assignment in Red Rock City.
Assalamu alaikum, Hasan.
This week, we finally revealed 007 First Light to the world, and your reactions were heartwarming. It's coming in 2026, but we want to make the wait more exciting. We are bringing someone into Hitman, the World of Assassination, who is very dear to the Bond universe. Let's take a look.
I think this game's gonna be good, by the way. The James Bond game. It's gonna be cool. Only because it's being made by a Turk.
The elusive shadow banker, known only as Le Chiffre, a financial mastermind with suspected ties to the criminal underworld. He has arranged a high-stake poker game at the Casino Monarchique in Paris. Our clients have deemed this unacceptable.
I've invited these people for a reason. I know their weaknesses.
He's Hannibal Lecter of the television show Hannibal Lecter.
She likes a drink. Don't know about the newcomer, Mr. Smith.
God, I love Mads Mikkelsen
He's the only
so
wild
much.
card. Well, this is turning into an interesting evening.
Welcome to the VIP room here at the Casino Monarchique.
Reaper.
Using the James Bond's license to put bomb villains into Hitman is such a good idea. Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Le Chiffre?
There you have it. Hitman and 007 are coming together in a very unexpected way.
We know our players waited a long time for 007 First Light.
Hasan!
It's just around the corner. coming out next year. However, Hitman is live right now. So I thought, why wait? And I asked a fellow Danish friend to join me here. As a matter of fact, he is here with us today.
That's right, everyone at Summer Game Fest, please welcome the great Mads Mikkelsen.
You can't hide what you are, Hakan. You're a Turk first and foremost. God, Mads is so fucking cool. Oh my God, he's so hot.
Good to see you, Mads. Thank you for
Look how
joining
hot
us.
he
Thanks
is.
for coming to Summer Game Fest. Mads, you are Cliff, but you're also Agent 47's next target as Le Chiffre, the villain we know from Casino Royale.
Yep, that's it. And you know, this is, I've always had a deep love for this character. It's a role that means a lot to me because of a lot of reasons. So when Haggard gave me the chance to step into the shoots of Le Chiffre once again, I did not hesitate for 1 second. But this time is a little different. He's more confident. He's dangerous. He's not just a brilliant mind hiding behind a desk. He is visceral, unpredictable, and ruthless. And let's just say this time he doesn't outsource the violence anymore.
So this mission is set in a casino in Paris. We want to make an homage to the movie Casino Royale while keeping surprises for our players. James Bond and Agent 47 have very different set of skills, and the mission will be handled in very different creative ways.
Yeah, he's not going to beat me in poker. He's going to figure something else out.
So I guess it is not just about the shot, it's about the bluffing around the table this time?
Yeah, sure, exactly. It's the Chiffre is always like 2 steps ahead of you. He reads you before you read him, so it's a little like bringing a chess player to a poker game.
We built the mission to allow several parts, unexpected characters, appearances, and even custom poker mechanics.
Wow, all right, well, when do we get to play this?
That's the best part. We wanted to surprise you, so the team is updating the game as we speak. Le Chiffre, Elusive Target mission starts today in a few hours. For only 30 days, and if you play it, you will unlock a unique reward in 007 First Light.
Amazing. All right. Well, Hakan, Mads, thanks for joining us for Summer Game Fest. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right, great to see you. Great stuff. All right, now here's the announcement of a new party game coming later this year that will delight LEGO fans, made with over 1 million LEGO bricks, 300 minifigures, and over 700 trillion minifigure combinations.
It's Saturday night somewhere, so make some noise
Bricks
for
off.
LEGO Party!
Get ready!
For a nail-biting competition.
We're minifigures, Dad. We don't have nails. It's an action-packed contest to collect the most golden bricks.
But will you be helped by friendly krakens?
Or hindered by evil monsters.
Or lightly toasted by a flying lizard with wings?
That's a dragon, Ted. And what about our amazing mini-games, Ted? We've got more of them than you can count.
More than 10?
It's actually more like 60.
Whoa, that's a lot!
With surprises around every corner, anything can happen.
Anything?
Anything.
Anything?
Yes, anything.
Okay, but certainly not a giant crab, a mythical king cobra, or Master Wu smashing a crate.
Those were literally just on screen, Ted.
Wow! We've got all that and more in LEGO Party!
Baby game, let's go. I mean, they didn't even hide that it's like Mario Party, but Legos. And also,
that is looking mighty tasty.
Also, this looks good. Are people playing this crap?
All right, next, a new look at a new team shooter from Dreamhaven and Moonshot Games. 20 players across 5 ships venture into the most treacherous region of space, hoping to get their hands on the artifact. The game is called Wildgate, and the open beta starts next week during Steam Next Fest. And we're also very happy to announce the game will launch on July 24th for PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox. Let's see what it means to get into some serious space shenanigans.
I gotta pee.
Danger. Reactor overload.
ship is flying. Is that the artifact?
Safe with me.
This'll be good.
Good thing that wasn't our ship.
I'm proud to reveal to you the next game from Toronto-based Drinkbox Studios, the team behind the Guacamelee series and Nobody Saves the World. They're making a full 3D game that can be played alone or with a friend in co-op. You can find out more during Day of the Devs right after the show, but for now, here is the global reveal of Blighted.
Looking over this decaying world, one can only wonder, how did it all come to this? It began with the ancient rituals, the dead buried with a seed from the trees of memory. Those who ate of the fruit saw the lives they lived and passed their knowledge to future generations until Sorcisto, in his lust for power, consumed the brains of the living, spreading this blight. You harbor it too, I see.
Who was kissing? Were chatters kissing? No kissing! Scatter. Scatter.
Should you fall, pray the vultures consume you before the blight does.
There is more Blighted coming up right after the show in Day of the Devs. All right, next is a first-person survival action horror game from Team Clout. It's a new team of 50 with founders in Canada and Armenia. They partnered with the new Munfish Powerhouse label to bring this insane Unreal Engine 5 game to life with unpredictable monsters and visceral dismemberment. Here
Armenia
is
mentioned.
your first look.
Pog. This is exactly what Armenia looks like, is what I would say if I wasn't a Turkish man and was capable of making jokes, was allowed to make jokes about Armenia. But as a Californian, I can say this is exactly what Glendale looks like. This is the sunniest day in Glendale. With a little bit of Canada in it, too. Bro, how did they get Asmongold's house in the fucking video game? That's crazy. I love that.
Poor little babies. All right, Mecha Break is one of 2025's most anticipated shooters, with its previous beta amassing over 300,000 concurrent players on Steam and 3 million players in total. In this game, you explore a sci-fi universe and pilot powerful mechs with immersive aerial and ground combat. As a top wish-listed game, players are clamoring to know just one thing: when is the release date? Well, here's Mecha Break's latest trailer with the answer you've all been waiting for.
Growing Martian zones force the Thalassic Federation to advance its Project Enterprise.
Mecha franchise is all woke, by the way. Make no mistake. Didn't know military industrial complex was woke. Literally every Gundam is originally made by a communist, chatter. What are you talking about? It's like anti-imperialist. My second biggest L after not listening to music, because I'm a freak, is that I don't really enjoy like Gundam core. That's like, I've never been able to get into
In this next title, small-scale players traverse the oversized world around them, filled with local wildlife and hostile machines.
I know,
Built by a
it's an
small
L, I know, and I don't
8-person
eat
studio.
seafood either.
This is Infinitesimals.
Attack on Titan is the only mecha anime I've enjoyed.
Mechanical is approaching.
We must now face a stark reality. The industrial civilization we were expecting to join is no more.
What the hell?
Whatever it takes, we find a way.
"2026 marks the 30th anniversary of a legendary video game franchise that I think we all know very well. Please check
Half-Life 3. Half-Life 3. Half-Life 3. Wouldn't it be Half-Life 4? Nope, guess not. Wouldn't it be Half-Life 4 because the VR was Half-Life 3 technically? Half-Life Alyx or whatever?
Birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. And to celebrate early, a special message from Takeuchi-san.
マギーさんありがとうございます。カプコン竹内です。皆様のおかげでバイオハザードも30周年を迎えることができました。ありがとうございます。さて、お待たせしているバイオハザードの最新作なんですが、もう少しだけ、あと瞬きするぐらいの間だけお待ちいただければと思います。それでは、これからもバイオハザードシリーズよろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございました。
I need a glass of wine too. All right. Thank you, Takeuchi-san, for that very special message. We cannot wait for when the time is right to share more leading into the anniversary of Resident Evil. Now it is time for the next big update for a beloved franchise.
Next time, Kenny.
This is Half-Life 3. They're finally doing it.
Let's rumble.
Wait. time I saw a bunch of this reminds me of the oldest Twitch memes, the gay one. What was it called? The two dudes in the locker room? Got you.
Ingrid. Street Fighter 6. Flag time, baby. Julia's ring. Get him, y'all. Alejandro.
Team Fortress 3.
Piker, again.
Every arena shooter has to have an Asian character that uses archery. Every single one.
Countdown begins.
You have to have one, or else they won't let you make the game. They will tell you you're not allowed to make the game. Yeah, either archery or swords, sometimes both. Katana and archery.
Wish list now.
That was Last Flag, a new online action game from the new indie studio Night Street Games, which is the ultimate game of capture the flag set in the 1970s. As you saw, the closed alpha will be starting later this year. Next, we have a beautiful new trailer for a Souls-like action RPG game developed in China by Lenzi, Wuchang Fallen Feathers, which is launching on July 24th. Here's a look.
Roll slop, give me the roll slop, give me the roll slop, give me the roll slop, give me the roll slop, give me the roll slop, give me the roll slop. I'll roll my fucking face off. I will roll harder than Elon Musk did in the White House, okay?
Is this bloodshed really what you wanted?
Give me the roll slop, and it's Chinese. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my lordy, lordy.
Fate is all set in stone. You can't change how it ends.
I'll be out here rolling harder than Elon Musk. CPAC, dude. What is this? Okay, I'm already invested. I'm already invested. Give me some iframes. Give me some Chinese mythology maybe in there. Oh my Lord. This is what unites this community, myself, and like the Asmongold weirdos as well. They also enjoy this kind of shit. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. I will play this on stream. I will play this on stream.
Gotta rescue mom. This is what we gotta protect. We cannot choose when people's dreams get snatched up out here.
Find Inspector Death, find RZA, find Master Kill, find Jizzle, find Method, find Omari, find you, find Killer, find Ghostface Killer.
Where is the Wu-Tang Clan.
DEI, bro. They're calling Wu-Tang Clan DEI. That's fucking crazy. BLM the game. George Floyd. Diddy Prison 2. Find Diddy. Oh my God, they're fucking disgusting. This looks awesome, by the way. Which one is
Ghostface Killer
fat
is calling
guy?
on you to rescue his Wu brothers. Wu-Tang Rise of the Receiver is a new co-op action RPG with anime-style fighting, and it's the debut title from the 53-member Brass Lion Entertainment. Now, here's a new look at Guild Wars 2, which has new updates, including player housing, and is free to play. This weekend, to celebrate SGF, you can take advantage of double XP all weekend long.
My calling takes me far from home, where shared struggles form fast bonds.
My greatest advantage? Adaptability. Their greatest weakness? Me. My story.
My story. My story is yours.
Oh my God. I'm not gonna lie, I take back what I said about not allowing gacha, because honestly, gacha is like cancer. Like a little bit of gacha means it all turns into fucking gacha. Everything turns into weeb anime slop.
You're never gonna guess what happened. I took a bullet, I died, I came back. Here we go. And I met
Such a good
Johnny
game.
Silverhand. Chip. Long story.
Don't really care about playing it on Nintendo Switch 2, but
Here is another game throwing back to a classic animation style.
I love
Enter
Cyberpunk.
a surreal world where you're a down-on-his-luck outcast who has to battle his inner demons, literally, in this action roguelike. Here's Into the Unwell.
Cyberpunk is so good. One of my best gaming takes was defending Cyberpunk, even though it was unplayable on release, because I was lucky enough to be able to play it on release. Is this a furry game?
Another relapse, huh? Get well soon. Maybe
Yo,
it's
this
too
looks
much
cool.
for someone like you. Delusional. It won't always be so easy.
a little unwell.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Prue, the co-founder of 1047 Games.
What the fuck
When
is
we
this
started
hat?
Splitgate in our dorm room, we just wanted to make a game we could play with our friends. And 20 million of you played
What
with
the
us.
fuck, bro? That shit
Now,
gave me
with the help from our
whiplash.
amazing
What are we
community,
doing?
We've built Splitgate 2. Why? Because I grew up playing Halo. And I'm tired of playing the same Call of Duty every year. And I wish we could have Titanfall 3.
Oh my God.
With Splitgate 2, we asked ourselves, how would we take portals to the next level? What if you could portal to entirely different worlds? So we combined the action, movement, and gunplay of arena shooters with the scale and intensity of something much bigger. Splitgate Battle Royale launches free right now, and it's fucking awesome.
They're all going, I need this hat. Based. This guy's based. Giga Chad. Oh my God, he just farmed. Yo, he just farmed every gamer. He could be like gayest guy on the planet and wear that hat and be like, yeah, I'm sick and tired of these woke ass fucking games.
He's going to try.
And Splitgate that basically looks like every other fucking game that these guys have canceled because they think it's too purple and too bisexual is now all of a sudden the most Giga Chad based game of all time. Will they play it? Of course not. These guys hate fucking playing video games. They only like complaining about it. Ruined by song, trash music.
This is Splitgate.
It's a pretty good game. This actually don't look too bad. This is a peak faillennial game.
Now we are honored to showcase the latest project from the talented minds at RGG Studio in Japan.
With a song in my heart, ever since we've been alone, wherever I'm feeling blue.
Honestly, W Japan all the way. Japan carry, Japan carry, carry Japan, carry me. Game in Japan, Pog. I'm unironically like that, and I'm shameless about it, and I don't care. Oh my God, look at how sick that is. Ryuga Gotoku! Oh my God, this looks so sick. This looks so sick. Bro, it's retro Yakuza. Are you kidding me? It's retro Yakuza in 1943 because they can't do it for any other period in Japan. They can't go. They can't go before 1943. If they do, they have to go back really far in time. You know, there's a period of time that where you can't really make a Japanese game.
So, what are you then? Sana. 俺が知りてえや。
Let's just say it would be like, you know, setting a video game in
Project Century
1939
1915,
Germany.
And now the full name has been revealed. Stranger Than Heaven, the brand new title from RGG Studio. This time
Think
it's
about
now
it.
1943. And knowing RGG, I'm sure more surprises are surely on their way. All right, well, we're almost done here, but we do have one final very special global game announcement.
At least
to share with all of
1943
you.
is like close enough. You know what I mean?
Today we've showcased a lot of projects from teams around the world, including many brand new studios.
They
and we're
can't
proud
pull
of
it
that.
back further than
This one comes from a
1943.
studio that is no stranger to delivering blockbuster games time and again.
Is Half-Life 3.
When I
It's
first
Half-Life
got a
3.
glimpse at this project last summer, I was absolutely blown away by the scale, scope, and ambition of this developer's vision. And while there are many places, really any place, this game could have been revealed, we are so deeply honored that we get to share it with the world right here at Summer Game Fest.
Grace. Grace. Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh,
DEI.
coming.
We gotta stop. I gotta stop memeing like this because like the chat resembles Asmongold's chat at this point, even if we're doing it ironically, and I don't like it.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel. I know that's where your mother was murdered. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Grace.
What is this? Hey! Help!
Stay close.
They're coming.
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
We need to keep our voices down.
Have you seen the same shit I've seen?
Please know that you are my hope.
Everyone's gone.
Stay away from that!
Another game that you guys are gonna demand I play, and it's gonna make me poop my pants.
There you have it, Resident Evil Requiem. And it will be playable to fans this August at Gamescom, where we'll also be hosting Opening Night Live on Tuesday, August 19th. Resident Evil Requiem marks a bold shift for the franchise, both in tone and gameplay, and today's reveal isn't just about survival horror. Expect high-stakes cinematic action too, with much more to share soon leading up to its launch on February 27th, 2026. Amazing.
Okay, I have enough time.
Thank you, Capcom. That was an amazing announcement. Glad we kept it a surprise. All right, that's going to do it for our live Summer Game Fest show. Let's thank our co-host, Lucy James. Didn't she do a great job, everyone? Good job. Lucy got to see the trailer for the first time.
I know.
Too.
I can't believe it. You kept that so secret.
Very top secret. All good. All right. Well, there's much more Summer Game Fest to come. Make sure to visit summergamefest.com to see a listing of all the digital events this weekend. You can watch and to highlight even more games, including the Xbox Games Showcase on Sunday. And stay tuned online to see coverage of many of the playable games at Summer Game Fest Play Days that's taking place this weekend in LA.
And make sure to stay tuned for Day of the Devs, which is coming up next with additional new reveals from incredible independent studios around the world. And
what is this? Joey Keyboard with a new beat. Stupid sexy Hasan. That was a decent show, I think. Half-Life 3 on Sunday. Yeah, that's gonna happen. This is great. It's a banger. All right, we got to put this on the intro playlist. Okay, maybe not. I didn't realize until the end what was going on. Still great though, still a banger. You bit his hand and he got the head shrinking disease? Yeah. Head was too big in the video? Okay, calm down. Calm down, everybody. All right, let's get back to the news, okay? White boys are waking up.
If you're an American who hates Islam, I can prove to you that America would be better if it operated under Sharia law. This would mean we would have no interest-based banking system, which would mean no student debt, no credit card debt, no housing collapses. Crime would start to immediately plummet because Sharia law...
What the fuck is going on? Bro, oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on. This is the Islamic banking guy, right? Is this the guy that actually... This guy's a Muslim. Yeah, halal money. Bro, this is a real guy. Oh my God. I've sent this guy to Felix before. This guy showed up on my fucking Instagram. Bro, this dude showed up on my Instagram scrolling sessions, okay? He showed up on my fucking Instagram reels. White boy goes to London one time, instantly hit with a Sharia ray. This guy is crazy. He sells like he sells like a course on what he has, like a thing called like halal Fortune 500 or something. Hold on one second. I got to find his like other banger. Well, it's not even a banger. It's like, this guy's sincere, by the way. Canyon Mims, the money Muslim on Instagram. How to be a millionaire as a Muslim. How to make 500,000 dollars as a Muslim. His Instagram is called The Money Muslim. And he literally sells like Muslims a halal way to engage in usury. Yeah, he's basically Halal Ludwig.
Sharia law has real punishments for real crimes instead of just throwing someone in a jail cell. We would no longer have alcohol, which would mean no drunk driving, closer families, and 95,000 less people would die each year. Our poverty issue would completely vanish because the rich would be required to take care of the poor. So people like Elon, people like Jeff Bezos would be required to take care of everybody who's homeless right now. Gambling would be outlawed, prostitution would be outlawed, both things that tear apart families and tear apart our current generation. Women would finally be protected and not used as these objects that we use for advertising, disrespecting them. And before you get emotional, take a second to look at real prospering Islamic nations. They have the lowest crime, they have the happiest population, and they have the best economic system. The data doesn't lie. I'm not making any of this up. If America was operating under Sharia law, it would be a safer place, it would be a better nation, and everybody living there would have...
Yeah, all Muslim countries famous for having zero poverty and zero depravity. Yeah, if you go to the Gulf nation states, they're famously so good at treating their citizens very well, and also simultaneously never engaging in like slavery, for example. Yeah, no depravity here. Welcome to Dubai.
Have a better life. I'm an American. I'm saying this not to bash on America. I would love if my country operated under Sharia law. And if you disagree with me, it's only because you're uneducated. Sharia law is not violent. It stops violence.
Yeah, no, this is great. No notes. What do I say about this? No notes. Anyway, LA's about to start getting lit on fire soon. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of people talking about this. LAPD is collaborating with ICE. This is outside of Ambience Factory. Another clear example, the LAPD and the city of Los Angeles collaborating with ICE, proving that the sanctuary city was always bullshit. Mayor of LA Silence supports this. Apparently, Homeland Security and ICE is raiding a downtown Los Angeles warehouse right now. They've locked the doors and holding the employees inside. What is this? Your boy Albrego turns out to be a real great guy. What happened? Did the federal government decide to slap him with some fucking charges so they bring him back so they can say he's a real criminal just so they can fucking deport him again? Is that what's going on? This is straight up Gestapo shit. Breaking, the president of California's largest union has been detained during an ICE raid. The SEIU California president David Huerta injured, detained at ICE raid in Los Angeles. What the fuck? Mayor Karen Bass says, we will not stand for this. This morning, we received reports of federal immigration enforcement actions in multiple locations in Los Angeles. The mayor of a proud city of immigrants who always contributes to the city in so many ways. I am deeply angered by what has taken place. Okay, why the fuck did the LAPD also do a perimeter outside of the ICE enforcement action? Like, you're the mayor, Mayor Karen Bass. You have control over your fucking goons. That's crazy. Let's be clear. ICE injured and detained the president of the SEIU California for peacefully observing. ICE picked the wrong side, the wrong state, the wrong person, and the wrong union. David Huerta stood up, and 750,000 SEIU workers are standing with him. LA emergency protests from the Community Self-Defense Coalition stop deportations now. ICE has hundreds of members of our community kidnapped and is holding them at this location. What the fuck is happening, bro? What the fuck? This is my backyard. Jesus, Lord mercy. FBI riot team is out in the streets of Los Angeles and getting pushed out by community on the ground. I can't even go down there today because my my live stream backpack got canceled. Like I can't even film it. Rather, if I go down there, I can't live stream it.
Out here. Back to you.
Man, I have to get it. I have to reopen an account. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
Well, Carlos, as we continue to watch this with you, I'm noticing as you saw ATF agents, we saw those vans.
Sorry if I can't hear. It's because, as you might imagine,
What
a bit chaotic
the
out here.
fuck?
We're connecting again. I think I could hear you now.
Okay, so Carlos, you mentioned ATF agents, but you also said,
Go down with your phone. Man, shut the fuck up. You guys don't know anything. God damn, go down with your phone. You think I'd be able to fucking film this with a phone? Are you stupid? Do you know how cooked the fucking broadband is in a populated area like this? Chat, shut up.
Homeland Security, we saw ICE agents, you said, but they have mostly focused on just the one building ambiance, correct? And now as they leave, we're starting to see more tear gas and it looks like fireworks. So the crowd is continuing to engage with the officers who are very methodically starting to leave the area. And it does sound like we're having a hard time communicating with Carlos. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to point out to here, our screen there on the right and Carlos's shot are both live. But what we want to point out here is how these officers are now leaving. The ATF officers are very slowly moving, and you'll notice that some on the ground are trying to get the people to move out of the way. We have a piece of video that showed the vans as they were departing with some of the people that had been detained in those vans. And it was a very different scene. You can see that they've gotten the people.
Holy shit, this is fucking madness, dude. Jesus Christ. The Gestapo is out and about.
And they put them.
Especially, where in LA is this? Is downtown Los Angeles. Downtown Los Angeles. This is a crazy place to do this because California is a state that has a shit ton of immigrants in it and a shit ton of undocumented immigrants in it as well. And it's supposed to be a sanctuary state, and Los Angeles is supposed to be a sanctuary city. So not only will the people of Los Angeles not fuck around with this, and they'll definitely get very, very mad about this, but also on top of that, like the state government and the local government is supposed to protect these people.
In these vans, and as these officers, these authorities started to leave, it was a very strange sight to see because they started to leave and there were people who were protesting, trying to keep these vans from getting out. And the video seen here is deeply troubling because these officers, look, there's that person in front, and the officers did.
What the fuck?
Stay on the sidewalk, please. Stay on the sidewalk.
Earlier today, Stephen Miller let out a notice to ICE and Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol to 5x their apprehension numbers, by the way. This is the result of that. They want to 5x the number of apprehensions. And obviously because all of the actual fucking criminal migrants were already being prosecuted by the previous administration, as I told you, the only people that they can actually get are non-criminal migrants that are waiting for asylum. And another way to try and boost those numbers and continue mass deportations is trying to have people with asylum cases that are already on the court docket come into the courts and then apprehend them at the hallways of the courts. Like they bring people in and they're like, oh, here's your regular fucking court order date. And they go into the court, they talk to the judge, they walk outside and they get apprehended. They're honeypotting people who are lawfully cooperating with the federal government. They did this with Mohsen Mahdawi as well, if you remember, where he was a green card holder who went into a naturalization ceremony where they fucking kidnapped him. So he wasn't even like an undocumented migrant and an asylum seeker with like the proper documentation waiting for his application to be fulfilled, which again is legal. Just so you understand, those people are legally working on U.S. soil. These are people that are more often than not legally working on U.S. soil. They have a court date. They're waiting for their documentation to clear. They're not like illegally crossing the border and then hiding from the authorities. These are people who are collaborating with the authorities and going through the lawful process of getting complete permanent legal status. In response to the claims of immigrants detained in the basement of a federal building in LA after their ICE check-in, a DHS spokesperson has issued the following statement. Those arrested at executable final orders of removal by an immigration judge and had not complied with that order. If you are in the country illegally and a judge has ordered you to be removed, that is precisely that will happen. During the Biden administration, thousands of illegal aliens, including violent criminals with final orders of removal, were on ATD and were allowed to roam our communities. This should never have been the case. Thanks to the leadership of Secretary Nolan and President Trump, the proper policy is back in place. It's bullshit. ICE's ATD, Intensive Supervision Appearance Program, ISAP, exists to ensure compliance with release conditions. All illegal aliens are afforded due process. New, Ben Schrader, the former chief of the criminal division for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Nashville, resigned following the office's decision to seek an indictment against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News. This is the other side of the story that we're going to talk about. We are obviously going to have to wait for more details to come out, but this resignation really puts the administration's allegations in context. Based on the indictment, couldn't the drivers of the buses that Abbott hired to transport migrants be prosecuted since they drove people from Texas to New York? How was that not human trafficking? That was human trafficking. In downtown LA, a business owner has locked ICE inside the business. ICE came to search and are now trapped inside. The FBI has just arrived. Eggs are being thrown at the agents and vehicles. FBI's on screen. FBI's on scene. Things are calming down in LA. The owner locked a business to keep others from getting in because a riot was ensuing. ICE captured 20 people from this location. There's another 20 people. There's another where they took another 20. Crowds were not letting the agents leave, and ICE called FBI for backup. The crowd turned into a mob for a while. This is a fucking right winger, by the way, covering this. So just understand why they're saying it like this. This is how they're framing it.
Alexa, just one of you guys comment, I'll pin it.
Finally, the crowd was pushed back. The vehicles left, and then the crowd dispersed. Rumors that these people are now going to protest at the federal courthouse. Maybe the crowd was illegal also. Probably. This is a new level of insanity. We'll talk about the Kilmar Abrego Garcia situation as well. But I don't know how far this administration can take this. This happened in San Diego. ICE took people during business hours. I saw this. I thought people in San Diego actually pushed back the ICE agents, or was that in Minneapolis? There have been like immigrant enforcement actions taking place all around the country. And in some places, people have, like citizens, documented, natural born U.S. citizens, have been able to successfully push ICE out in some of the immigrant enforcement actions. Once again, these are dragnets, okay? This is not a legal immigrant enforcement action. This is a dragnet applied against as many fucking people as possible with no actual reason, no real like criminal complaint or anything like that. What in a lot of these circumstances, what these guys do, what the administration does, by their own admission, is to basically claim, or not claim, but like change the court dates of undocumented migrants, or rather not undocumented migrants, but like migrants that are waiting on their applications or their court dates, hoping that some of them will not actually arrive at that court date, hoping that some of them do not have constant contact with their immigration attorneys, and don't have like up-to-date information with the courts in general, so that when they are not properly informed of their court dates, because the court dates changed, for example, they can turn around and say, oh, they didn't show up. This means you're done. This means that you are now officially illegally on U.S. soil. And they do this so they can turn around and apprehend people. Remember, these are not people that are unwilling to cooperate with local law enforcement and federal agencies. These are actually the people that are cooperating with the federal agencies. Make no mistake. They are easier to apprehend. That's why the people, it's not done at the point of like, criminality. It's not done at the point of like severe and heinous violent crimes or anything. It's done at the point of convenience to the state. It is the most convenient people that you can apprehend. Those who are cooperating with the federal agencies, thinking that, there is a rule of law, thinking that the rule of law is actually being followed, when clearly there is not a rule of law being followed here. And also, they're not too cowardly to go after the real criminals, okay? That's not true at all. It's just that the real criminals are already being gone after. They have been. This is why I kept saying over and over again, the notion that the Biden administration wasn't actually properly prosecuting people that have done crimes because they're undocumented was fucking insane. That's not real. That's not a real situation at all. Undocumented migrants are responsible for less crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. Undocumented migrants are responsible for less crimes per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. The increase in crime is greatly overstated, greatly overblown, sure. But even the marginal increase and then decrease in crime has nothing to do with waves of migration into the country. Okay? Here is Associated Professor of Public Policy at UVA, Baton, John B. Holbein, saying immigrants have had lower incarceration rates than the U.S. born for 150 years. Immigrant incarceration rates have declined since 1960. Immigrants today are 60% less likely to be incarcerated. This decline is a far broader divergence of outcomes between less educated immigrants and their U.S. born counterparts. There is, since the 60s, there has not been, not this year. No, they're deporting people for tickets and shit, literally anything they can, not this year. There has never been a point where undocumented migrants have done more crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. Natural-born U.S. citizens are responsible for the overwhelming majority of crimes, and they are responsible for a higher share of crimes adjusted to their population numbers. Okay? This is the truth. This is the fucking truth. And when faced with that reality, the dumbest guy you know will turn around, because he's in this chat usually whenever I talk about this. The dumbest guy you know that's in this chat will turn around and say, well, what if they're just like really good at crimes and doing the crimes? Or when they realize that that's too stupid of an argument to make, considering that if that was the case, it would bear itself out in the fucking data, okay? Obviously. Like, or the unsolved crimes. They'll be like, oh, what about the unsolved crimes? Like, they're all actually done by undocumented migrants. It's ridiculous. There is no reason to assume that the per capita density share would not resemble the solved crimes that have been cleared. But also, the last bastion of the last line of defense here is to just simply say, well, crossing the border is a crime. Yeah, so is fucking jaywalking, you know? The guy they caught in Oregon as the head of the Sinaloa cartel operation that led the biggest fentanyl bust in history had been deported twice and re-entered. Deporting someone doesn't mean they won't come back. Well, there's that too, but these aren't fucking the head of the Sinaloa cartel. These are just like regular ass people that are awaiting their fucking court dates while they work. What's the argument for mass migration? Hasan. Who commits the most crimes per capita? Natural-born U.S. citizens do. American citizens do. Are you trying to say black people? Is that what your argument is going to be? Do you think the likelihood of someone committing crimes is born out of their material circumstances or some other reason, like their culture or their racial got 'em? No, you didn't. You didn't get me at all. You're not listening to my words. Undocumented migrants, despite the fact that they actually comprise of a much poorer group of people from all around the world, by the way, many different demographics, many different ethnic backgrounds, still actually underperform on criminality as opposed to natural-born U.S. citizens who obviously have a higher likelihood to commit crime depending on their financial status. Also, this is still an idiotic fucking argument. The per capita argument on the other side is not an indication of criminality for this group. You don't say every man is a criminal when, 90+% of all violent crimes are committed by men, okay? You don't say every white man is a pedophile rapist when the overwhelming majority of pedophile rapists are white men. So why is it that you turn around and you go, black people surely are committing more crime per capita? Yeah, perhaps the reality there is not necessarily that they commit the most crimes per capita, but they are over-policed, get longer sentences, and on top of that have the highest false arrest records per capita, which is actually the number that you're using. You're not looking at clearance rates. You're not looking at conviction rates. You're actually looking at arrest rates. Of course, a community that is over-policed will have more fucking arrests, partially because policing is very racist in this country. Oh, I can't believe we're just like relitigating the dumbest fucking arguments over and over again. It's like every single fucking day as we devolve. I mean, isn't it better to go through the justice system if someone's committing these heinous crimes they're saying, not just deport them? Obviously, the overwhelming majority of these people being targeted are not criminals and it's just racism, but by even their own logic, deportation doesn't solve the problem. Yeah, of course not. But it's not even... This kind of enforcement is not done to stop crime, is my argument, is my point. This kind of enforcement is done specifically to engage in a white nativist, anti-immigrant propaganda operation. if that was the case, if they were actually apprehending fucking violent criminals that were previously left unapprehended as a consequence of their undocumented status in the previous woke administration, then there would be a shit ton more people that they would be apprehending and showcasing the criminality of. But they can't. That's why 90% of the fucking people that they sent to CCOT in the first batch of mass deportations had no criminal record whatsoever, or at most had like unpaid parking tickets. Okay? There were people that have been on U.S. soil for 15 plus years that literally had one trespass violation. That's the reason why they got fucking deported to CCOT. They got kidnapped and deported to CCOT, a slave labor colony. Think about how psychotic that is. That's how little we care about the humanity of brown people in this country, undocumented migrants in this country, that we will use their mass deportation as a not like a real fucking reason, but instead just to do propaganda. It's that crazy. It's that little. There's that little value to the lives of all these fucking people. It's incredible, dude. Anyway, speaking of people that the government, the administration clearly doesn't care about the livelihood of, Kilmar Abrego Garcia appears in court charges on helping traffic thousands of migrants. That's what they're claiming, okay? They are bringing back Kilmar Abrego Garcia into the United States from, first he was sent to CCOT, if you recall, and then a big fuss was made about this by even some Democrats, luckily. And then, what? But you devalue them when you sympathize with Trump supporters, Hasan? What? Huh? Trump voters? What? What are you saying? What the fuck is wrong with you? Understanding why people are duped into voting for Trump is an important part of my job as a political commentator. Trying to stop them from making this mistake again is also an important part of my job as a political commentator. Okay? I'm not going to treat random Uber drivers as my enemy when I'm having a normal conversation, as I'm applying materialist analysis, as I'm trying to understand how they arrived at the conclusions that they arrived at, while also putting a lot of the blame in the hands of the Democratic Party for not actually creating a decent counter messaging campaign against this kind of idiotic fucking fascist policy. At no point do I approve.
The United States to face justice. On May 21st, a grand jury in the Middle District of Tennessee returned a sealed indictment charging Abrego Garcia with alien smuggling and conspiracy to commit alien smuggling in violation of Title 8 USC 1324. We want to thank President Bukele for agreeing to return Abrego Garcia to the United States. Our government presented El Salvador with an arrest warrant, and they agreed to return him to our country. We're grateful to President Bukele for agreeing to return him to our country to face these very serious charges. This is what American justice looks like. Upon completion of his sentence, we anticipate he will be returned to his home country of El Salvador. The grand jury found that over the past 9 years, Abrego Garcia has played a significant...
He had no charges before this. They just fucking whipped up a mock charge so they can fucking charge him with something, anything, so they can then turn around and say, haha, we told you so. This guy's actually a real fucking criminal. Make no mistake, Kilmar Brega Garcia was not sent away to El Salvador for the charges that they're now applying after the fact. Okay? And for the record, these charges are not convictions. And obviously, in the upcoming days, we'll pay close attention to what these charges might be. But it is fucking crazy. It is crazy that they're trying to post hoc rationalize this unjustifiable and illegal deportation campaign after admitting that they made a mistake in deporting him to El Salvador to begin with. The only issue here is this is the first time that the government lawyers, the immigration lawyers, actually admitted that they mistakenly deported him, okay? That was the issue here. They admitted that they mistakenly deported him. There are numerous other people that they also should not have deported to El Salvador, but the government actually made a mistake by admitting a mistake. That's it.
Role in an alien.
And now they're trying to punish him all the more. They're trying to bring him back into the country, and they're trying to do this mock trial after the fact so they can do a post hoc justification for why they deported him to begin with, even though they admitted that they mistakenly deported him and it was illegal to deport him to El Salvador. Isn't it worrying that they're confident enough to go for a trial? It's worrying, but not for the reasons why you imply it's worrying. You think it's worrisome because you think maybe deep down inside that they have a valid case. I think it's worrisome because it is an erosion of justice that they actually have the confidence of post hoc rationalizations for a false immigrant enforcement action that they recognized was a mistake. Do you understand? They just aren't concerned with anything other than the aesthetics, and they have a plan for what they plan for after they lose, blaming liberal judges, etc., etc. Yeah, most likely. Most likely. If they actually give him a trial, any halfway decent lawyer can tear apart this case in 5 seconds. Yes. There are so many different ways of tackling this issue. Obviously, one of them is malicious prosecution. But then beyond that, like, I suspect that the charges that they're declaring are ridiculous to begin with. It's like when you, in the state of Florida, if you actually talk back to a cop, it's illegal. Did you guys know that? There's like there's a different penalty for obstruction of justice by refusing to comply. Okay? It's still under resisting arrest. It's still considered obstruction of justice, and that sounds serious, right? But then you look at the actual situation, and the cop is like trying to give you lip, and you just don't take it, and you're like, dude, fuck off. And it's on the recording, but it's still technically illegal. Do you understand? Hasan, I'm at your house. Don't freak out. Wait, why? Why are you at my house? They were about to get sanctions from a judge for making no effort to return him, so they decided to do this to avoid the sanctions. Yeah, I feel like this is a very small win in the sense that it seems like they're trying to save face after playing hardline with the judiciary regarding the illegal removal. That's what it feels like to me, too.
Smuggling ring.
What are you doing here?
They found
What are you doing?
This was his full-time job. not a contractor. He was a smuggler of humans and children and women. He made over 100 trips, the grand jury found, smuggling people throughout our country. MS-13 members, violent gang terrorist organization members throughout our country. Thousands of illegal aliens were smuggled. This is a special.
The reason why I brought up the obstruction of justice charge that's like completely stupid in the state of Florida is because what these guys are considering like smuggling thousands of illegal aliens or whatever could just as easily have been carpool with Kilmar Abrego Garcia and his fucking coworkers. Okay? Just because the state has a nefarious way of framing certain activities should not be, for all of you at least, an instant proof that this person has engaged in a heinous act of criminality, okay? Like they could say an Uber driver has engaged in human trafficking of thousands of illegal aliens, okay? I don't know. I don't know what it is. But what I do know, I don't know what it is that they're charging him with or like how much truth there is to the claims. But what I do know is this. None of this was the reason why they fucking deported him. As a matter of fact, they then turned around and admitted that they had no reason to deport him other than the fact that they considered him to be undocumented and that it was an accident that they deported him to the one country that he had a withdrawal from, a withholding of removal from, which is El Salvador, because his life would be in jeopardy if he went into El Salvador, if he was deported back to El Salvador. This kind of post hoc rationalization is literally illegal, okay? Not only is it illegal to deport someone to El Salvador if previous courts have said he is not deportable to El Salvador, it is also illegal and unconstitutional to add additional charges after the fact. Fucking ridiculous. I like that they're just claiming he's a MS-13 undocumented migrant trafficker.
Actually disturbing because Abrego Garcia is also alleged with transporting minor children. The defendant traded the innocence of minor children for profit. There are even more disturbing facts that the grand jury uncovered. It is alleged this defendant is part of the same smuggling ring responsible for the death of more than 50 migrants in 2021 after the tractor trailer overturned in Mexico. This is part of that same ring. The defendant abused undocumented alien females, according to co-conspirators who were under his control while transporting them throughout our country. This defendant trafficked firearms and narcotics throughout our country on multiple occasions.
What?
They were using vehicles, SUVs, with added seats in the back, floors that had been ripped out, guns, narcotics, children, women.
What is insane about this story, once again, is if that at his point of deportation, by the way, it still would have been illegal to deport him to El Salvador. But if all of this evidence supposedly was used in a court of law to engage in a lawful removal action, okay, then there would be no back and forth, no media controversy surrounding Kilmar Abrego Garcia's detention and unlawful deportation to El Salvador. Well, not to El Salvador. If all of this information was valid enough to present to a judge, okay, they could probably even remove his previous his previous immigrant court enforcement that made it illegal to send him to El Salvador, and that they could have legally deported him to El Salvador. Okay?
MS-13 members. That is what the grand jury found. A co-conspirator alleged that the defendant solicited nude photographs and videos of a minor. A co-conspirator also alleges the defendant played a role in the murder of a rival gang member's mother. These facts demonstrate Abrego Garcia.
Okay, this language gives the game away. They're offering deals to people to name Abrego Garcia as an accomplice in the cases they're being prosecuted on. She's naming the sources as those currently being prosecuted as the sources. Yeah, which is ironic because his initial brush with ICE also happened to be some random fucking guy that alleged that he was actually MS-13 to get a lower charge. And the MS-13 gang that he was supposedly a part of was operating out of a state that he had never actually been inside of, which immediately made it so stupid that even an immigration court did not find it reasonable enough. Think about that. Immigration courts are not exactly your fucking friends. They're not exactly friends to the undocumented migrants, okay? So if an immigration court doesn't find it to be serious enough, an accusation to be like valid enough, is not gonna, it's not real. Yeah. For some context, a grand jury can issue an indictment with probable cause that the person committed the offense. That burden of proof is insanely low, about 10 to 15% certainty that something is true. Only the prosecution can offer evidence, and there's no other narrative shown besides what the government than the government wants to prove. Yes. Not true about grand jury indictments. What do you think the fucking a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich cliche is about? No, that doesn't mean anything. A grand jury indictment doesn't fucking mean anything. What's more meaningful is the actual court proceedings where the prosecution will make prosecution, which will be the state, right? Will bring up as many trumped up charges as possible with a fucking faucet of ridiculous, erroneous claims, at least claims that they have enough evidence to tie to Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And then the defense will fight back against those charges. And if they're competent enough, will disprove a bunch of them, or at least cast doubt on a lot of them enough that a jury of his peers will not fucking convict him or find him guilty beyond reasonable doubt. A grand jury is different than this process.
Is a danger to our community. We want to thank the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, our state and local partners, our acting U.S. Attorney Robert McGuire, and prosecutors from the Joint Task Force, Vulcan.
Criminal charges for alleged human trafficking.
Mistakenly deported Salvadoran native Kilmar Abrego Garcia appeared in a Tennessee courtroom Friday, hours after he was brought back into the United States to face criminal charges for allegedly transporting undocumented migrants within the U.S. More than 2 months after the Trump administration admitted it mistakenly deported Abrego Garcia from Maryland to his native El Salvador. A federal grand jury indicted him for allegedly transporting undocumented migrants within the United States. A 2-count indictment, which was filed under seal in federal court in Tennessee last month and unsealed Friday, alleges Abrego Garcia, 29, participated in a year-long conspiracy to haul undocumented migrants from Texas to the interior of this country. The return of Abrego Garcia from his native El Salvador follows a series of court battles in which the Trump administration repeatedly said it was unable to bring him back, drawing the country to... That was the other side. They were like, oh, we can't bring him back. Oh, turns out they can. Expeditiously, as a matter of fact. And they did. He made his initial court appearance Friday evening in the Middle District of Tennessee, answering, yes, I understand in Spanish, when the U.S. Magistrate Judge Barbara Holmes asked him if he understood the charges against him. Judge Holmes set a hearing for June 13th where Abreu Garcia will be arraigned on charges, and the judge will take up the government's motion to hold him in pretrial detention because he poses a danger to the community and a serious flight risk. Yeah, he's going to fucking escape and then leave the country. Is that what the argument is? Meanwhile, some really sketchy shit's happening, as I said, as where is it? Aaron Melnick, the immigration attorney that hold on. Aaron Reichlin Melnick was reporting on. He's been talking about this case quite a bit. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. The initial prosecutor, Ben Schrader, the former chief of the criminal division for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Nashville, resigned following the office's decision to seek an indictment against Kilmar Abreu Garcia. The fucking chief of the criminal division for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Nashville resigned. If convicted at trial, the defendant faces a maximum punishment of 10 years imprisonment for each alien he transported, said the government's motion for detention, which also contained an allegation not included in the indictment that one of Abreu Garcia's co-conspirators told authorities that Abreu Garcia participated in the murder. Oh, come on. Abreu Garcia's attorney in an online press briefing called the charges against his client an abuse of power. They'll stop at nothing at all, even some of the most preposterous charges imaginable, just to avoid admitting that they made a mistake, which is what everyone knows about this case, said attorney Simon Sandoval Mosenberg. Mr. Garcia is going to be vigorously defending the charges against him, the attorney said. The decision to pursue the indictment against Abreu Garcia led to the abrupt departure of Ben Schrader, a high-ranking federal prosecutor in Tennessee, sources briefed on Schrader's decision told ABC News. Schrader's resignation was prompted by concerns that the case was being pursued for political reasons, the sources said. Schrader, who spent 15 years in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Nashville and was most recently the chief of the criminal division, declined to comment when contacted by ABC News. Chatters also might be thinking Abreu Garcia is from Maryland. Why is he indicted in Tennessee? Well, all the government needs to allege is that Abreu Garcia drove through Tennessee while carrying out the crime, which could literally be driving someone with undocumented status. It's pretty clear judge shopping to get someone as a judge who is conservative. Yes. And also, the reason why he was stopped was because he was speeding in Tennessee. Where is it? Bondi said if Abreu Garcia is convicted of the charges, blah, blah, blah, grand jury found over the past 9 years, all this lies and shit. From the beginning, this case has made one thing painfully clear. The government had the power to bring him back at any time. Instead, they chose to play games with the court and with a man's life. We're not just fighting for Kilmar. We're fighting to ensure due process rights are protected for everyone, because tomorrow this could be any of us if we let the power go unchecked, if we ignore our Constitution. Abreu Garcia, Salvadoran native who had been living with his wife. Oh, by the way, the only piece of evidence they have is a video of him in Tennessee driving with people from a traffic stop. That's why it's in Tennessee, not judge shopping. No. Because the supposed crime is literally fucking a speeding ticket or whatever, or it is the same as judge shopping. Like, he could have had a speeding ticket with undocumented migrants in fucking Maryland as well, because it's not an indication that he was actually fucking human trafficking. Do you understand? Also, everything that this administration does revolves around judge shopping. It's the same fucking reason why they send people down to the Jenna facility in Louisiana. If anything, the reason why they did this is probably because I suspect the reason why they did this is because it's the only thing that they could hold on to, like the only thing that they could grab onto. Not to say that like everyone in Tennessee is fucked up and a right-wing judge or a conservative judge, but I suspect that out of this guy's like entire existence, that was the only thing that they could grab onto that had at least like a likelihood of having a more conservative judge. Yeah, Pam Bondi literally said he participated in a conspiracy that ended up in the smuggling of thousands of migrants across the country. They literally could have charged him anywhere if they wanted, if they had any semblance of evidence that Abrego Garcia was in that state. Since the only shred of evidence was that he was in Tennessee, that was the only state other than Maryland that he could be indicted in. Simple. Exactly. They couldn't get him on. They know that it will be made mincemeat in the state of Maryland. So outside of Maryland, Tennessee is the second best option that they had, seemingly. I'm sure that if they had found him in a vehicle, if they had caught him with a parking ticket in fucking Texas or Louisiana, or I don't know, like anything, any minor thing that he had done in any of these states where he had a brush with law enforcement, they would have used that state instead. Well, I guess it depends. It depends on the severity of the crime too. That's precisely the reason why one of the ridiculous allegations made by another person that was apprehended was that he was actually a part of an MS-13 gang that operates out of Long Island, despite the fact that he was never in fucking New York. And there was no evidence that he'd ever been in New York. So they dropped that part real quick, if you recall. The Trump administration is like, no. Also, this is the same guy that Trump claimed had a fucking tattoo of M, tattoo of S, tattoo of 1 and 3 on his knuckles. Okay, that's the same guy. So excuse me for being a little fucking skeptical about this government that is lying like Israel does. Okay, we're at the Israel level of lies now, like stupid and childish. The administration argued, however, that Abrego Garcia should not be returned to the U.S. because he's a member of the transnational Salvadoran gang. Abrego Garcia's family filed a lawsuit over his deportation. U.S. District Judge Paula Zinnes in Maryland ordered the Trump administration to facilitate his return. Abrego Garcia was initially sent. Criminal investigation that led to the charge was launched in April as the federal authorities began Dude, okay. The criminal investigation that led to the charges was launched in April. Oh, so after they deported him and then admitted that they mistakenly deported him, and then a judge said he has to be returned after a Supreme Court unanimous decision that stated that a facilitation of his return must be started. Only after that, they started an investigation to the criminal fucking mastermind. Wow. How incredible, dude. That's crazy. That's so sick that it was just, they just really lucked out, it seems. Yeah, SCOTUS ruling was literally the 10th of April. So right after the Supreme Court ruling, they just happened upon an investigation where they looked through every single brush-in that this man has had with law enforcement, and the best they could find was a fucking traffic stop. That obviously didn't even reach the level of scrutiny from the Tennessee Highway Patrol that they didn't apprehend him. What is the argument here? That the Tennessee Highway Patrol was like, go right ahead, sir. It's very obvious that you are a part of MS-13 and you are criminally trafficking these undocumented migrants, but we just realized you're undocumented, so we're just going to let you go, Mr. Trafficker of Thousands. Do you think that's what happened? Do you think Tennessee Highway Patrol is in collaboration, is in cahoots with MS-13, and that's why they fucking let him go? Abreu Garcia was pulled over for speeding in a vehicle with 8 passengers and told police they had been working construction in Missouri. According to body camera footage of the 2022 traffic stop, the Tennessee troopers, after questioning Abreu Garcia, discussed among themselves their suspicions that Abreu Garcia might be transporting people for money because 9 people were traveling without luggage, but Abreu Garcia was not ticketed or charged. The officers ultimately allowed Abreu Garcia to drive on with just a warning about an expired driver's license, according to a report about the stop release. So even the fucking racist-ass Tennessee Highway, the Tennessee Highway Patrol people were like, yo, this guy's real Mexican looking. Maybe them boys are undocumented. Okay. Fuck it. Let him go. Asked what circumstances have changed since Abreu Garcia was not taken into custody during that traffic stop in Tennessee, Bondi replied, what has changed is Donald Trump is now the president of the United States and our borders are again secure. Thanks to the bright light that has been shined on Abreu Garcia, this investigation continued with actually amazing police work as opposed to the woke and gay police work under the Brandon leadership. Yeah, when Brandon was the president, he obviously was able to hypnotize every single cop in our glorious nation and stop them from doing their fucking job, which somehow requires cops to be extra racist, more racist than they normally would be. They said in the indictment that the Suburban doesn't have a third row seating and they had MS-13 installed. A Suburban literally has third row seating law. Even if they fucking installed third row seating, how would that be an indication that this is actually a trafficking vehicle? That's just the argument from the state. We don't have to believe the argument from the fucking state that is very clearly trying to do a shambolic trial after the fact, after the fucking Supreme Court decision, chat. What are you, fucking nuts? Where's the goddamn... There's body camera footage that was released as well. How can she be so incompetent? No, on this issue, they can be incompetent. It doesn't matter because the goal is not to the goal is not to actually find real criminal migrants. The goal is to just make it seem like they're, doing real immigrant enforcement actions. And because in the process, they're just like sweeping away random fucking people that are clearly not, they're not doing anything, that it's going to be quite difficult for them to like make a competent case.
Got a bunch of people in here, don't you?
It's 1 for 6. Yes. Go back to work.
Gotcha. Where are you working at?
Where? San Luis, Missouri.
Missouri?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I'm from Maryland.
Okay. Now the reason I stopped you, we was running 75 down through here.
75?
Yeah. Of course, this is 65 through here.
I know. I'm going to 70.
Going 70?
Yeah. What's the limit right now? Is 70 or 65?
It's 65.
Wait, they stopped him for 75? He didn't even lie. He said 10 over? How the fuck? Bro, 75 on a freeway at what? What is this? Is it 8 p.m. or is it actually, I don't remember. It was like, I guess it is 8 p.m. Bro, 75 on a fucking highway. Oh my God. Hasan is so California coded because he drives 85. Every American drives 10 over. It is like, that is ridiculous. I've never heard someone getting fucking pulled over for going 10 over unless they're black or brown. 10 over is standard, dude. What the fuck? This is Tennessee. They take speeding extremely seriously down there. The cops' cars are painted to blend into the mountains too. They're extremely serious. I hate fucking driving there. They're insane about speeding in Tennessee. Like literally never ever speed in Tennessee, chat. There are towns in the South that basically only exist through speeding ticketing revenue. They will pull you over for anything. Wow. As a Tennessean, I've gotten a ticket for 67 and a 65 in Nashville. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, that is crazy. Okay, bro. America is not the land of the free, dog. Okay? I'm sorry. I know this is not the main point of contention, but if red states are operating entirely off of revenue that they generate off of these insane tickets that they're issuing, America is not the land of the free. This is a fucking police state. How the fuck do right-wingers not revolt on a daily basis? Yeah, not the land of the free, the land of the fee, dude. What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, you get high beamed if you don't go over 10 in California. If obviously it's not bumper to bumper traffic. Like what? You could be on the rightmost lane and you'll have a busted ass pickup truck hitting you with the high beams being like, what the fuck are you doing? You're going 65 on the highway. What are you, stupid? What do you got? Issues, dude? You got nowhere to be? What's going on? In New Mexico, if you're not going 10, they'll pull you over for being suspicious. Okay, let's keep going.
I can see, sir.
You got all your
Because
info?
I see the order, the speed limit. I see the.
Yeah, it jumps up and down.
My bad. Yeah, my bad. Give me my license.
Yeah, your driver's license, your registration, and your proof of insurance.
By the way, this dude's vibes are fucking immaculate, for the record. Like, he's hitting levels of nice speak with these cops that I did not think was possible previously. He's like trying to do fucking small talk and shit. He's cool as a goddamn cucumber.
Oh my God. Okay, sure.
The what?
The problem with my license right now is expired, right?
It's suspended?
Suspended because I have my permanent employment, so like 2 years experience. So I need. So right now I'm waiting the paper.
He got out of a speeding ticket with an expired license by the Tennessee Highway Patrol. Release this man. Let this dude be his own fucking lawyer. He don't need no lawyer, dude. This man has got the fucking silver tongue. He's just openly admitting he's the undocumented. No, he's not saying that. He's not saying he's undocumented. He is saying he has a worker's permit.
Paper for migration. I go to the MBA. So
Also, worst fucking smuggler of all time, driving with an expired license. He was just crazy.
That car no is mine, so it's to my boss.
So where do y'all live at?
Where I live? I live in Maryland.
Maryland?
Yeah, Oxon.
Whose vehicle is it?
What, excuse me?
Whose car is it?
It's to my boss.
Your boss?
My boss, yeah.
Where's he live? Where's your boss live?
My boss right now is staying in Maryland, but he lives in Texas.
Okay.
In Houston, Texas.
This homie's smart. He ain't saying shit. He's not even there if you ask me. Yeah, he's just...
Have you got the proof of insurance?
Yeah, I don't know where it's put at my board. Let me call.
So where are you guys coming from right now? Where are you coming from?
From San Luis.
When people smuggle, they usually hire people like that, expired license or issues, because they usually really need the money, so they're more down to do it in their situation. Dog. 90% of drug smugglers are documented American citizens with every single fucking piece of identification that is up to date. 90%. You are wrong. It is the exact fucking opposite. Smuggling expert here. No, you're wrong. First of all, we're talking about a fucking competent criminal enterprise, dummy. No, you're absolutely wrong. They literally fucking do it with truckers and shit. Why would they use random dudes? Why would they use random fucking dudes, man, when clearly a guy like this is gonna get stopped at a certain point with an expired fucking license?
So I work in San Luis. So right now, finished. That place finished. So I go back. Everybody go back to the house.
Yeah, cartels use white people to smuggle, so cops won't stop them. They use white people. People who are less likely, people who are literally less likely to be stopped by cops. Because if you want to fucking smuggle people, or if you want to smuggle drugs into the country, who are the cops going to stop? Guy who doesn't speak English that well, with no fucking paperwork, not an American citizen yet, only has like a temporary fucking work permit, and has an expired license? Or American citizen that's as white as your goddamn cousins, driving with a chopped up car?
Next week, I'm going maybe tonight. The other project.
I thought you was going to Missouri.
Yeah, cartels use white people to smuggle drugs so often that Clint Eastwood made a whole ass movie about it.
The next project, I told you, the next project next week is everybody going to Niceville. The next project, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
What do y'all do?
Huh?
What kind of work is it?
It's construction, like remoderation, painting, drywall, everything like that.
Does anybody else have a driver's license?
Driver license?
Yeah. Nobody?
Only me, so it's there for real.
Can you find your insurance?
Si pueden buscar la insurance. You say?
Your insurance, can you find it?
I called my boss because I don't know where put it the car.
Okay. I'm gonna go back here and run your license and stuff real quick, okay? I'll be right back. How dark are your windows?
Huh?
How dark's the back windows?
Window?
It's not his car, man. It's his fucking boss's car. He's very clearly driving a bunch of construction workers. God damn.
Stand by. How dark are they?
The colors.
Yeah.
From Texas is good.
He said it's legal in Texas. Oh, that's fucking awesome.
How many rolls have you?
Girl, the boycott. I'm sorry. This was 2022. It was not BDS yet. Okay, it was not BDS yet.
You got in here? 4?
Where?
4 seats? 4 rows of seats?
Yeah, it's three seats. Yeah, with him. Yeah.
Did y'all put an extra one in?
Huh?
Did y'all put another one in?
No.
Did it come like this?
Use the truck.
I've never seen one with that many seats in it.
What you say? It's my boss.
I said I've never seen one with that many seats.
Is not his car, man. Is his fucking boss's car.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's why I was asking if you'd put an extra one in.
No, it's the same. Like this.
Okay.
Why did none of them have luggage for doing a job several states away? Not gonna lie, this would make me a little suspicious. Now he's fishing. Why did none of them have luggage? I don't fucking know, man. Because they're broke. Like, they're not. Do you think these guys are like? Do you think these guys bring their like own special tools to the job site, or do you think they just go to the fucking job site, do the goddamn job, and then drive back? I don't understand. Why are these guys not towing fucking forklifts behind them? They're fucking carpooling to a job site, dude. What the fuck? Oh, they busted out the fucking.
You know what you got here, right? He's hauling these people for money, is what he's doing. But sometimes they commingle dope. No,
but
there's 8 people in there.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that. They put an extra row of seats in there.
Yeah. So he's getting paid all these people. Probably.
Yeah, why'd they let him go? What did the dog show? Nothing. That's why they let him go. This guy literally is like, yeah, they're mangling people. He's hauling these people for money. He's hauling these people for money. Bet they got drugs too. That's why we brought the canine unit out. Turns out even the fucking canine unit didn't find nothing. Guess we had to let him go. Did they put in this scene after the fact? No. This is like a cut down of like, I guess, the worst aspects of this traffic stop from the body camera footage. Yeah, Brandon's about to pop into the screen and tell him to let him go. Just wait. Classic HasanAbi not watching the full video. Yeah, they did a... Those guys can drywall a house in 2 days, I bet. Oh, yeah. Sometimes they get in these real big lawn cars with many seats, smuggling people from place to place. They use code words like greyhounds. Yeah. Greyhound is a dog, not a long tube with numerous wheels on it. You can't fool me. I knew a greyhound. My pappy had a greyhound back in the day when we used to go hunting. Have you seen Narcos? I know. Sometimes these guys put extra seats on it. Every blue-collar construction worker in the country has lived this exact experience down to the driver not telling anyone his shit was expired. This is pure Americana. Yeah. I like that they said that he was like trafficking women that he was coercing too. And it's just like, I'm more inclined to believe the actual fucking, the more reasonable approach here, which is that they were at a job site and going back to fucking Maryland. According to body camera footage of the 2022 traffic stop, the Tennessee troopers, after questioning Abrego Garcia, discussed amongst themselves the suspicion that Abrego Garcia might be transporting people for money because 9 people were traveling without luggage, but Abrego Garcia was not ticketed or charged. Also, the other part about this is like smuggling people. Wouldn't they have luggage if they were being smuggled into the country or going from one state to the next? That's the thing that I don't understand. Like, isn't it more likely that he's not fucking smuggling people and they're actually just going from job site to job site if they don't have fucking luggage on them? Like, what the fuck? The officers ultimately allowed Abrego Garcia to drive on with just a warning about an expired driver's license, according to the report about the stop. As what circumstances have changed, Abrego Garcia was not taken into custody. Yeah, we already covered that part. ABC News first reported last month the Justice Department had been quietly investigating Tennessee traffic stop as a part of the probe. Federal agents in late April visited federal prison in Talladega, Alabama, to question Jose Ramon Hernandez Reyes, a convicted felon who was the registered owner of the vehicle Abrego Garcia was driving when stopped on Interstate 40 east of Nashville, sources previously told ABC News. Hernando Reyes was not present at the traffic stop. He's 38, currently serving a 30-month sentence for illegally re-entering the U.S. after a prior felony conviction for illegal transportation of aliens. After being granted limited immunity... That's fucked up. Hernandez Reyes allegedly told investigators that he previously operated a taxi service based in Baltimore. He claimed to have met Abrego Garcia around 2015 and claimed to have hired him on multiple occasions to transport undocumented migrants from Texas to various locations in the United States. When details of the Tennessee traffic stop were first publicized, Abrego Garcia's wife said her husband sometimes transported groups of fellow construction workers between job sites. Unfortunately, Kilmar is currently in prison without contact with the outside world, which means he cannot respond to the claims. Hasan, you think you know more than the what? More than that cop's eyes do? No, as a matter of fact, I'm actually relying on that cop's eyes in this circumstance because those cops stopped 9 fucking brown dudes with an expired license and they let him go after 20 minutes and a canine unit sniffed the goddamn car. So if the Tennessee Highway Patrol is letting 9 brown dudes, okay, 9 brown dudes where the driver is apparently going 10 over with an expired license and he can't even produce the insurance for the car and it's not even his car, and they're like, yeah, whatever, let him fucking go, then clearly they didn't think he was a present danger. Also, most people know more than cops. A child knows more than cops, okay? But in this circumstance, even the cops themselves were like, yeah, normally we would love to fucking lock these dudes up, but it doesn't seem like there's anything crazy happening here. Just suspicions. Bet you Reyes did a false confession under duress? No, he got a fucking immunity, limited immunity plea deal. This looks bad for you? What? What looks bad for me? Wait, what? First of all, why would anything look bad for me? I don't give a fuck. Like, what do you mean this looks bad for me? We're having a back and forth about a dude that the federal government literally black-bagged and sent to a state that the federal government previously said they shouldn't send to, that they then admitted that they actually illegally sent to, and then the current federal government decided we have to find some erroneous fucking case that we can charge him with after the fucking Supreme Court said, yeah, you got to bring this guy back. Who do you think this looks bad for? Me, you, or the fucking government? No, a guy didn't resign over this. 2 guys now. The initial immigration attorney was fired for admitting that the government fucked up. And now the prosecutor, the chief prosecutor on the criminal division that actually launched this fucking investigation also resigned. So it's not 1 but 2 fucking cops that have basically left their jobs and their positions after working for decades. But you know who this looks bad for? Random fucking Twitch streamer, because I'm a fucking moron. And the only way that I can view the world is through conflict with Twitch streamers. Even if Kilmar Abrega Garcia was a rugged criminal, this still wouldn't look worse for me than it does for the fucking Tennessee Highway Patrol or any number of different federal regulatory bodies that overlooked this case and didn't find any real fucking criminal penalties to apply to unjustifiably send someone to El Salvador. You fucking moron. Glad you're honest about it. This looks bad for me, he says. It's embarrassing how people only look through a drama lens. I know. And then they will fucking clip this and be like, Hasan is defending this guy. Oh. It's like, I don't understand it. I don't understand how these people fucking live like this. What a stupid way to exist, you know? Just don't make
Elon
it don't
Musk
make
is
no
not
sense.
an ally to Democrats, and any Democrat who thinks he is. He not only sued my former employer for reporting in multiple countries, he deposed me in Chicago. He flew his lawyers to Chicago to depose me for mean tweets. A 25-year-old with less than $10,000 in her bank account because he has such thin skin and he hates when his power is questioned in any way. He is not an ally to anyone but himself.
Well, how mean were they?
Huh?
I mean, pretty mean.
And to your point, there are a lot of things about Elon Musk and that.
But would you take his money? Just answer.
No,
would you take his money?
I would not.
Would you advise a congressional candidate to take a contribution from Elon?
No.
I'm not taking money from a guy who does a Hitler salute. It's just that simple.
Any quick reaction on what's going on with Elon Musk and President Trump on Twitter right now?
Oh man, the girls are fighting, aren't they? This was something that was a long time coming, where we've been seeing that these 2 huge egos were not long for being together in this world as friends.
The Joe Rogan.
Yeah, this Kash Patel interview is a banger. We are going to watch a man who used to be like a conspiracy guy going on the Joe Rogan Experience as now the director of the FBI.
Experience.
Let's just get to it because I know it's on people's minds. Epstein, right? The reason people are...
I love Kash Patel because he just always looks like he's up to no good. Like, he's so high strung, like down to his fucking hairstyle, that like there's just, he always looks like he's hiding something, dude. Like, he could be telling you about how he made his coffee this morning, and you'd be like, dude, there's something off about the story. Like, did you put crack in the fucking coffee? Why do you look this way? You look so manic all the time, dude. He's always like, yeah, I'm not hiding the secrets about Jeffrey Epstein. He definitely killed himself, Joe. Joe, believe me, he fucking killed himself. It's not weird that I look like I put my finger in a electric socket and zapped my hair this way. That's just normal hair. That's the cool hairstyle of a cryptocurrency boss, Joe. Believe me. It's the eyes and the hair, dude. Yeah, of course. Who could forget his government headshot? The classic, fuck, can we take another one? I wasn't ready. The fuck? I was not ready for that shot. Let's do another one, please. Who's he looking at? Where is he looking? My soul. He looks like he is he is peeking into my, he looks like he's got x-ray vision. And he's looking at my insides, dude. You're just making fun of someone with cross-eyed? Is he even cross-eyed? What the fuck are you talking about? I guess he is a little bit cross-eyed. I didn't even notice that. I haven't even noticed that he was cross-eyed because he's like so locked in. Oh, all the footage we have, except for the CCTV footage that was erased by technical errors. Surveillance video from disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein's first suspected suicide attempt was destroyed by accident. And the second time, this was the attempt. And the second time, the cameras were down. The requested video no longer exists on the backup system and has not since at least August 2019 as a result of technical errors. FBI studies 2 broken cameras outside of cell where Epstein died. 2 cameras that malfunctioned outside the jail cell where financier Jeffrey Epstein died as he awaited trial on sex trafficking charges have been sent to the FBI crime lab for investigation. Epstein's lawyers told the U.S. District Judge Richard Berman on Manhattan on Tuesday that they had doubts about the New York City chief medical examiner's conclusion that the client killed himself. Wow. So not only the first attempt, there was no CCTV jail footage because it was just erased because of technical errors, including the backup. Also, just a sequence of technical errors every time this guy was trying to kill himself. Who knows how? Guys, you don't understand. The sequence of technical errors are unimaginable, okay? It's just so unfortunate that every time this dude was either trying to kill himself or successfully killed himself, apparently. You're ignoring the far more likely explanation. Lazy-ass guards not wanting to do their jobs, as in going by every 15 minutes, against policy. They worked double shifts and wanted to sleep. No, I don't. No. You're misunderstanding me. I don't think the guards were like the guards could very easily be in on it, or they could have very easily been sleeping. That's not my argument. I'm not talking about the fucking guards. I'm talking about the fact that while the guards were sleeping, which is, likely, right? That's fine. Your voice is so annoying. Well, you don't have to listen to it, big dog. But in any case, it's not that the questionable part about this is not that the fucking guards are sleeping, is that the cameras in both circumstances, the cameras fell asleep. How did the cameras fall asleep in both of these circumstances? Jeffrey Epstein autopsy shows bones and neck were broken. Such injuries can occur in a suicide by hanging, especially in older people like the financier who was 66. Yeah, guards are sleeping, cameras are sleeping. The bone injury to the neck is also more commonly in instances of strangulation rather than like suicide. Fucking conspiracy nut is actually locked in on something. Anything. I would bet the cameras failed way more often, but nobody cared when nothing happened. Epstein could know he had an opportunity to off himself because the guards weren't coming by. Wait, what? Dude, think about the incredible events. First of all, if he's trying to fucking off himself, how does he know that the cameras are off? How does he know that the guards are sleeping? He's in his fucking cell. Also, why? Why would a guy who is endlessly powerful and has an unimaginable amount of wealth and an unimaginable amount of power trying to fucking kill himself twice? And the first circumstance is even more mysterious, considering that there was a former insane cop. He was on suicide watch. If the guards aren't coming by every 15 minutes, they aren't doing their job. He wasn't on suicide. He wasn't on suicide. He wasn't actually on real suicide watch, by the way. I think the first instance wasn't even suicide either. He seemingly had a very interesting bunkmate. The first time he quote unquote committed suicide. His gigantic bunkmate, Officer Tartaglione, the fucking psychotic roid head who had been in prison for assassinating 5 drug dealers after a drug deal that he participated in went wrong. And then he literally buried the bodies in such a shallow grave that their arms were sticking out. So not exactly the smartest guy in the bunch either, but he was a fucking juice lord. That's the guy. That was his bunkmate. I guess Jeffrey Epstein wanted to kill himself because he didn't want to be around this guy anymore. He was like, man, this guy's a real yapper. I'm going to fucking kill myself. I do not entertain even a little bit. If you want to call this my one conspiracy theory, you can. I don't even think this is a conspiracy theory. I do not even remotely entertain the possibility that a CIA and Mossad asset who had previously gotten a sweetheart plea bargain deal that no one has ever gotten in the history of child sex trafficking was this time apprehended and was like, oh no, my days are over. I'm going to kill myself. The very fact that he had all of that compromising information that mysteriously we will never find out, all the CDs, because his entire fucking, every single property that he owned was literally to the gills, filled to the gills with cameras, running at all times. And all of the CDs that they recovered, all the tapes that they recovered with mysterious names written on them, none of them we will ever find out about. A guy that has that much information up here is unimaginably valuable. Why do you care so much about this case? I don't get it. What do you mean? It's one of the most interesting. It's like saying, why do you care so much about 9/11? Why do you care so much about the JFK assassination? It's one of those things that's like a broad daylight, clear as day, sex trafficking and blackmail operation that involved some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals on the fucking planet, dude. What are you talking about? Why do I care? A dude that was most likely, very likely, a fucking federal agent, a agent of both the CIA and most likely Mossad, that engaged in a fucking blackmailing operation and was linked with motherfucking the Clintons, who would go to his New Mexico ranch with regular frequency. You think that that's not interesting? A prince was involved in this. Prince Andrew. It's truly one of the most interesting cases of our generation. Look, I think the story is spicy, but it's not something that I see as a thing. What? I'm interested in who was involved. Oh, man, shut the fuck up. What is this? Do we got fucking people tuning in from Langley? What the fuck's going on right now? Dude, just stop talking about this. Why do you care about this? It's like such an irrelevant story, actually. Dude, I don't care about like Jeffrey Epstein and whether he killed himself or not. Just stop looking into that, please. I don't actually like that you're doing that. He was 100% a Mossad asset and probably a CIA asset too. I fully believe one or both got the tapes. Like I said, dying mysterious at home. I'm 100% there, but he was murdered. But I've seen zero evidence that the guards did it or someone got into MCC undetected. Well, considering that the first instance was already suspicious enough with another person that was in prison, there are numerous other. It doesn't have to be like a hitman that snuck into the federal prison. Dumbest motherfucker on the planet. Yeah, the pedophile ring comprised of the most rich and powerful people in the world is kind of a boring non-story. Yeah. Like, dude. Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, was going in and out of this dude's Manhattan estate in 2016. Are you fucking joking? What the fuck are you saying? There is no way that Elon Musk's brother Kimball Musk, also in his New York Manhattan estate on numerous occasions, there is no way that a guy like that is killing himself in prison, dude. Like, the Diddy shit is interesting, but if you find the Diddy shit to be interesting, then you have to literally be laser focused on this. Okay? Because this is Diddy shit at a way higher level. Ever think you've ever radicalized a Fed whose job it is to watch your stream? I know. Listen, all I'm going to say is this. I know that there are definitely people that currently work in the Department of Homeland Security that are fucking fans of this stream. And I do not know how they compartmentalize the information that they receive from me while simultaneously doing what they do. You know, hopefully one day they will be of use. I know for a fact that there are people who are, yes, watching. I mean, there's plenty of fucking active duty military people that watch. And it's not just me, it's Chapo as well. We have fans, despite our politics and despite our commentary, we have fucking fans in every facet of the American government. And it blows my mind. Every time I encounter a new person like this, I'm like, how the fuck, how does that even make sense? All it takes is one charismatic officer, which is the one. Exactly. And I'm sure there's someone fucking. I'm sure there's also people who who maybe are tasked with monitoring this chat. Odd that the footage got erased twice, you know, on both quote unquote suicide attempts. The footage mysteriously went away. How can that happen? Especially after the first time. Don't you think that that's something that, especially if he was placed under suicide watch, don't you think that that's something that they would care about? They're gonna drop an AI video. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. What is this? That's unironically what they tried to smear Corbyn with. That he was talking about Epstein anti-Semitically. Jeremy Corbyn accused of playing up Jeffrey Epstein's Jewishness. Mispronouncing the dead pedophile's name during an election debate. Corbyn on Air Flub came Tuesday when he was asked about Prince Andrew's disastrous interview about his ties to Epstein. Before we discuss Prince Andrew, I think we should discuss the victims that are there because of what Epstein was doing, Corbyn said. To applause, clearly pronouncing his name Epstein. Okay. What? I mean, in Turkey, we say Einstein. Sometimes when I'm talking about Albert Einstein in English, I accidentally say Albert Einstein. It's normal. It's not anti-Semitism. Herkes öyle demiyor mu la? Yok, hayır abi. İngilizce söylediğin zaman Amerika'da mesela Epstein diyorsun. Epstein değil. Mesela Albert Einstein dediğin zaman Einstein diyorsun. Einstein değil. If anything, it's respecting the fucking grammar of the name instead of anglicizing it. Yeah. Einstein. AI. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, now I'm convinced. Before I was thinking, they'll just be like, we couldn't find the camera footage. Now, I guess the cameras weren't busted. And turns out it's 100% AI. It's going to be like Jeffrey Epstein being like, with that robotic AI voice. Jeffrey Epstein being like, I, Jeffrey Epstein, want to kill myself. I can't take it anymore. Also, I love Hillary Rodham Clinton and hate Donald Trump for being cool enough to cut ties with me. Being cool enough to cut ties with me even before he found out I was diddling children. And it's like he's got like fucking 8 fingers, you know? And they're like, this is not AI. Don't say this is AI. It's anti-Semitic to say this is AI. This has to be the Viking AI Joe saw. What? Look at his fingers. Going to England. This is kind of funny. Going to England. Oh. It's Danelaw now. This is so stupid. Oh, okay. We gotta fund the police. These fucking pussies. They defunded the police, Joe. These fucking cowards, these libtards, Joe. We gotta fund them. You know? That's what it is, Joe. That's the problem.
This guy's not the only guy to kill himself in prison. It happens, I don't know how often.
Right.
All the time.
Actually, the facility that they're talking about had a very, very low rate, at least that year. I think they might not have had a single other suicide, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. I remember reading something about it, but it was so long ago, I can't remember. Also, yeah, people do get murked all the time. Suicide, on the other hand, is not that, at least in that specific facility, was not so common. But we're also talking about like an incredibly high profile individual. Get the fuck out of here. Thought it was that no other suicides in that shoe for 20 years. Are you seriously telling me that this guy runs the FBI? I am from the UK. Lad, you don't even know the fucking half of it. You're just looking at him as an unserious person on the Joe Rogan Experience. Wait till you find out more about his fucking background. He is a child books author. That's his like previous shit that he was famous for. A children's book that he wrote about Donald Trump being like a wizard or something, or taking down the wizard that is the Democratic Party. What is this?
I was not let go as the director of alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives. I decided to leave so that I could focus on the power. The little green men are coming in to prepare for it. I was in the National Security Division at the time. I was doing the discovery from Benghazi. We found her freaking email. They took that investigation away from us and it became the Clinton.
What the fuck is this? Eve fucking wrote children's books. What the fuck do you mean? This is the greatest advancement that you did not deserve in your whole life. Of course you're going to defend the newfound position that you have and do a basic fucking 180 on most of the conspiracy theories that you previously believed. Okay, you're the FBI director. Where's the fucking QAnon shit that you were pumping? Huh? Why haven't you arrested Tom Hanks, Kash Patel? Why haven't you arrested all the pedophile clones like Mike Pence? What happened? Where we go one, we go all, right? Well, you're there, and we're back here. Why haven't you arrested all the fucking criminal pedophiles in the deep state? What happened? Did they all secretly get executed? Where are the files that show that they're secretly executed? Yeah, QAnon literally believes every Democrat should be hanged in Gitmo. Why haven't we done that? No one gives a fuck if he killed himself. Where are the arrests? Who are the clients? They're just insulting our intelligence at this point. So his only argument is, believe me, bro. He's a terrible lawyer. He's a terrible liar. He's a lawyer, so it comes naturally to lie. Just expect him to be better at it. Let's ask Virginia Roberts what she thinks of. Oh, wait, we can't because she died under this guy's watch. Do you think we would participate? Yes, absolutely. Dude is full of shit. You could tell in the first 30 seconds. Kash Patel is such a liar. I've been working so hard on this, but hasn't read evidence that was released 6 years ago. How come Joe Rogan knows more than the guy working the case? I don't even care if he killed himself. Where's the evidence in prosecuting the criminals involved in his activities? Okay, fine. He killed himself. Now let's see that list. This might be the biggest lie ever told on Joe. And I've been watching Joe since he did this from his house. Why is Maxwell in prison if there's no evidence? Ain't nobody's buying this shit. Dude, also, like, yeah, Joe's own fucking community is not buying this shit at all. Is Joe officially a propaganda mouthpiece for the right? To be fair, Reddit Joe Rogan has been anti-Joe Rogan for a while now. And also, this is not the first indication that he's a propaganda mouthpiece for the right. He has been a propaganda mouthpiece for the right for a while now. Come on, man. He endorsed Ron DeSantis. I'm not even talking about Trump, okay? You can be a dumb apolitical guy and be like, I don't really know anything. This Trump guy's like funny, whatever, right? He seems like a real honest guy. Sure, fine, fuck it. Why not? But I do not believe that you could ever, in good conscience, endorse Ron DeSantis unless you are literally an op. You are an operative for the Republican Party. Because Ron DeSantis does not have any of the trademark cool factors that Donald Trump has. Okay?
You know, the problem is we've been fuming on this conspiracy for so long.
You are trending on the I think you should leave subreddit for some reason. What? I think you should leave. Why? What the fuck? I love Tim Robinson. Also, I've hung out with Tim Robinson briefly when I did Tim Heidecker's show. Fun fact for those of you who don't know. What the fuck? Kabi Lame was arrested by ICE? No shot. This seems fake. That has to be fake. That's insane. What the fuck? Far left TikToker? Dog, this guy is not far. What? Far left? He attended the 2025 Met Gala on May 5th. I don't think any of this is real. I think these guys are whipping themselves into a fucking frenzy. Hindustan Times is not a credible outlet. Does this actual A number pop up on the real? Does this actual A number pop up on the fucking U.S. ICE resources, its database? Let's see. What is it? Is 22? Hold on. Here. 220963 I'm so bad at this shit. Country of birth, Senegal. Okay. Doesn't seem like it's fucking real. He's fucking Italian. I know, but this suggests that his country of birth is Senegal. No, Hindustan Times is not a credible outlet. And all the fucking right-wingers are jumping the gun. TikTok's most followed creator, Kabi Lame, has been arrested by ICE. I don't understand why they're all flexing this. I don't get it. Here's Bo Ludin saying, I personally got him arrested. President Trump's ICE just officially arrested far-left TikToker Kabi Lame, whom I reported as an illegal alien. Yeah, no, he lives in Italy, chat. Yes, he is Italian. Born in Senegal and is Italian. He is not far left. He actually very famously doesn't speak. Like when he became the largest TikToker, the most followed TikToker, it was because he did not speak at all. He just does this, what he's doing in that photo. His whole thing was, you can't disrespect the outlet just because it's Hindu. Are you fucking stupid? Do you think that's what I'm doing? Like Breitbart is an outlet too, dumb fuck. It's not Hindu. I disrespect it as well. Maybe I know a little bit more about Hindustan Times as an outlet that's not credible. Fucking idiot. New York Post, not Hindu, not a credible outlet. Are you making this up to fool me? The most followed TikToker just shrugs. I don't even know if he's the most followed TikToker any longer. But when he first became the most followed TikToker, everyone made that same exact point where they're like, oh, the most followed TikToker doesn't even actually speak. He posted a controversial video and it's just no wars at the end. Wait, what? Bro, he still doesn't speak in this video. 1 minute of silence for all the victims of wars. Bro did a all lives matter ass take.
I'm not good with that, but look at that. They're almost there.
We saw a video of Katy Perry touring the Capitol.
I don't think this guy's actually currently in the records. I don't know where the fuck this I don't know where this came from. I don't know why they're doing like a misinfo burst like this. But I also don't understand what purpose this serves. You know what I mean? To keep you from shitting on Joe Rogan. Genuinely confused why all these right-wing accounts are posting this. We checked the A number. Nothing comes up on the ICE database. Reason for detention. Deportation to begin with. No, they've done it. Chatters have done the A number search. I've done the A number search. Chatters have looked at the Henderson database. He's not on it. He's not listed anywhere. You know the new. Hold on. Anyway, did you talk about Ramos endorsing Cuomo? Yeah. Just cover your bases in the event that is 1% chance that is real. I mean, if it's a real story, then it's still really fucked up. Do you understand? If it's a real story, it's really fucked up. If it's a fake story, it's still fucked up, and it also doesn't make sense. Anyway, let's get back to Kash Patel convincing everybody that Jeffrey Epstein definitely did. An oligarch, where's that picture of the chunky little millionaire on horseback? You noodle dick coward, you suck ass. Nice 9-head old fuck. Damn, you look like shit, homie. 2 brain cells hard at work. I look like shit. What do you look like? The fuck do you look like? That's crazy. Ask your mom if I look like shit. Ask your sister. You will not like the results. I'm not banning this one. I'm keeping this one. You will not like the answer. I'm gonna be honest with you. TPP Project, formerly subscribed for a month. Shut up, pussy. Burgles, thank you for the 100 gifted. Oh my lord. Out of downtown. A logo 3. Wait, this guy was a fan. What happened? 2022. Oh, he was a Aaron Rodgers fan. Oh no, he wasn't an Aaron Rodgers fan. He was a fan of mine in 2022. And he came back to be like, you're fucking not hot, dude. Damn, only 30 minutes to listen to this, and I'm really regretting being an idiot and not voting in that election. I'm more of an issue having more people out there to squash all the BS people that spread about Bernie. With a stronger following, these ideas aren't suppressed. Yeah, I'm an oligarch. I'm an oligarch in your mind. I'll be honest, maybe he actually did ask his mom if he thought I was hot. You did have more aura in 2022, to be fair. Fuck no. 2022 I was hurt, dude. That's the long hair years. I had way less aura in 2022. That was the long hair era. Way less aura. Those were the struggle years. 2020, I was fat. 2021 onwards, I was fat and had long hair. It was bad. It was bad as hell. Yeah. Terrible drip. Yeah, long hair, Teddy Fresh, fat. Shit was bad, dude. My prime was COVID. Sure. I think it was because I was known as like the hot guy pre-COVID. And then post-COVID, everyone's brains bricked. And they decided, yeah, he's hot, but I actually don't like it anymore. I hate that he's hot. Before COVID, it was like, oh, we love that he's hot. Oh, he can't keep getting away with it. Ha ha ha. And then post-COVID, it was like, actually, I fucking decided I hate that he's getting away with it. He is now my enemy. This guy saying anything else? Nope, just shut up, pussy. All right, well. You were definitely less stressed 2021 than 2022. Manic Kev! God damn, another 100 gifted. Holy shit, dude. What is going on? That's crazy. 100 bones! Is it payday up in here? What's happening? He's been going through it. Effeminate ass dude for real. He's just... He came back to Twitch to just fucking shit on me and Ludwig. Stupid sexy Hasan, stupid sexy Ludwig. Y'all are both gay.
Is the click army on social media.
Oh my God, this was the least convincing thing I've ever seen in my entire dang life. Oh my fucking God. Get the okay, dude. All right, listen. I gotta go. All right. No gaming today, but gaming tomorrow with Vivian. And the reason why I have to go is because, you know, I got some obligations. Okay? I got some obligations to fulfill. Dress to Impress with Vivian. I don't even have Roblox. I've never played it. I'm going to download it. Okay? I'm going to try to do all of that. But Friday vibes. There was a lot of news I didn't get to cover with the Zoran stuff. Because, goddamn, this shit pop off every freaking day, it seems. And also because a lot of you were complaining about Summer Games Fest. If you play Roblox and are over the age of 30, you get on an FBI watch list. Bitch, I'm already on FBI watch list. All right. Peace, everybody. Oh, someone woke up. They know what time it is. What are you looking at? Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sad in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.